Hello, how's everyone doing? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're all doing well. First off, before we go into the stream stuff, for anyone here who's from AM, which I'm guessing is most of you, congrats on finishing the term. Term is officially over today. So huge congrats, especially to those of you who finished class 6, because you're done. You graduated. You're alumni now. So huge congrats to everyone who put so much hard work into the term and got to the end of it. That is huge. Cameron and I had actually been hoping to do like a celebration stream today, but unfortunately he got sick. I'm getting sick. So we didn't think a celebration of us going sniff would be a great end of term celebration. So we'll maybe hold that off till we get a little bit better. And isn't it hello, NS Films and Roger? Hello. Yeah, huge congrats to everyone. Hopefully you get some time off. For those of you who haven't finished AM, who are coming back next term, take the time, especially now you've got 2 weeks before the start of the next term. Really enjoy it. Take that time to rest, relax, get away from animation. I say that as we're going to be doing an animation stream, but just it doesn't mean that you have to stop animating, but don't push yourself so hard. Maybe just do little quick tests. If you still want to keep learning about animation, maybe start doing some gesture drawing for the next 2 weeks, or study some cinematography. If you're going into class 4 or 5, take this time to look for audio clips. Don't worry too much about the animation side of it, but just look for audio clips that you might like. Now's a good time to do it. So overall, just enjoy yourself. Enjoy this break. You've earned it. Oh, and my pleasure, NS Films. I'm always happy to help in the dailies. I'm just sorry I kind of missed the last one because we were away. I was so looking forward to seeing everyone in the last Friday dailies, see where everyone's shots had gotten to. But yeah. So for today's stream, what I'm going to be doing is getting back into the Zelda animation, which we started so long ago. And today, what I really want to try to do is, if everyone's okay with it, because I know it might be a little quieter than normal, I kind of want to go into focus mode and see how, if I can just get some stuff done. So I might not talk as much, or I'll try not to. We'll see. I'll probably end up getting distracted anyway and talking. But I do want to try and get a bunch of stuff done today. And solidify the shot so we can just get right into splining. So that's the goal. We'll see. Now, with that said, if anyone has questions or demo requests or anything like that, always feel free to ask. That's the point of these streams. So yeah, definitely feel free to do that. So let's jump in right away and see what we've got. And actually, before we do this, let me actually open up where we were last time. And I believe it's this one. So this was the last play blast from a couple of weeks ago. Watching in focus mode. My focus mode when I'm in streams is like focus light. I'm sure I'm going to be like distracted half the time anyway, but we'll see. So this is what we had last time, which we're getting most of the motions solidified in there. Today I don't want to focus on the beginning here where we have this kind of anticipation. There's a lot of work that has to be done on that. I kind of want to just finish blocking out this main portion here. Because once I can get this main portion kind of figured out, I can start adding in some finer details. So for example, the hands aren't animated right now. And this bugs me a lot. Usually I animate hands right from the start. But in this case, I can't really approach them because the staff is going to be moving through the scene and rotating. And I can't really pose out the hand until I know where the staff is going to be. The staff takes precedence here. So I've got like a few placeholder hand positions, but nothing concrete. So I want to be able to get the body in place so that I can get the staff in place so that I can get the hands in place, if that makes sense. When you're animating, one of the big things to watch out for is that you're not redoing work. So in this case, for example, or for anyone who's been in my streams and my Q&As, you know that like the first thing I say is make sure you pose out the hands. If you're not posing out the hands, you're missing out on a huge part. Well, in this case, if I was to do the hands, I would be wasting time because I'd be redoing the hands over and over and over. So there are exceptions to everything. You don't want to do something when you're going to have to redo it later, or if doing it now will mean redoing it later. So just something to keep in mind. But I will say that it is bugging me. I don't like not having hands posed out. So let's see here. So I'm just going to start from frame 30 here instead of from the beginning. Just start from this jump. That way I don't have to look at that weird anticipation. And I really just want to start blocking this down and breaking it down a little bit more tightly. Because I've got a few areas like right here where there's just a lot of time. Right now there's about 5 frames there. There's 4 frames here, which this isn't so bad. But then 4 frames here, which I'm not a fan of because we're going from one pose to another completely different pose here. She's grabbed the staff. A lot of stuff has happened here. And I'm not showing it at all in my keys. So I'm not a fan of that. So I'm just going to try to break things down and add in that information that will help describe this motion a little bit better. And ideally what I'm aiming for is in the fast motions here, having things on 2s and 3s at least. And Peter, hello! How's it going? So let's just jump right in it then. And Sarah, hello! So, little Danny, everyone's here. Awesome. How's everyone doing? Learning how to do running animations. Ooh, running animations are tough. Anything like a walk or a run can be very, very difficult. Partly just because, well, there's a lot of body mechanics in there, and as humans, we are very used to seeing body mechanics like walking and running. So it's very easy to, or for us as humans, to see something that's not quite right with it, or like, oh, you just like you notice little issues, which for most animations would not really be a big problem. Okay. So what I'm looking at here is there's this extra key right there. I just want to see what it is. Oop. Okay. I think it's something on one of these controls here. Hey Sin, hello! Let's see this video. Let me double check this. Ooh, this looks cool. Alan Becker. And Sin, thank you so much for the subscription. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much. You're doing 2D? Yes. 2 years. I know it's weird to think that we're at 2 years already. Okay. So this is a walk here, and you were mentioning a run? Okay, there you go. So, this is going to be a really good starting point here. One thing I would recommend, this goes for any animation. Once you understand these mechanics, what you can do afterwards is just do a search for a run. So let's see if I just do a search for like run cycle reference here, and this might actually pretty well. Let's see. Oh no, this is okay. So looking for reference of an actual person running and analyzing that's going to be super helpful. Now, I personally don't like slow motion videos because it's going to throw off your analysis of things. But just doing a search for running videos like Olympics, things like that, and really study how people run. And on YouTube, you can frame through by hitting the comma and period key, and really just watch the mechanics here of how a person runs and kind of the spacing that happens. You can study other running animations, but the priority is you learn the mechanics. So, for example, looking at that video that you had before, you learn the mechanics, and then you start studying actual live video, and you study everything about it. You study the timing, you study the posing, you study the line of action, like how he's got this really strong line of action going right through his body right here. And then as he runs, you can see even though this leg is straight, the line of action is still into the back leg here. So little things like that. And you don't just study one, you study a lot because everyone's a little different. And you just make a ton of notes. Write things down. Like how does his foot hit the ground? You can see it eases in just like for one frame. It kicks forward and then ease right there. Just a tiny little ease before it hits. So there's just a little bit of a hold before the foot slams down. You look for little things like that. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to incorporate them into your animation at all times, but those are little placeholders and little details that when you add into your animation, it adds that sense of realism to a shot versus just doing what everyone else has done. So after that, you can then study other animations to see how they take these mechanics and exaggerate them. The problem with doing it the other way, so you learn the mechanics, then study other people's animations, is that you are then studying what other people have exaggerated first, which is not correct mechanics. You're learning exaggerated mechanics. And if you don't have that understanding of what really should be happening, it's going to be hard to know, well, is that actually correct? Or is that an exaggeration? Or is it totally made up? So for example, if you were to look at King Candy from Wreck-It Ralph for a walk cycle, his legs are spinning in all sorts of weird ways. Definitely not a real walk cycle. It's fantastic to analyze and figure out how they did it, but if you don't have that understanding of a walk cycle to begin with, it's just not going to make any sense. So I hope that makes sense there. But always feel free to study other people's animations. Never copy, but study. Let's see, I just started my game animation test. Nice! Awesome! For Monday morning, I have to deliver at least 2 animations in style of a Japanese anime. One is grab and finish with 2 characters. The other is running cycle. Grab and finish. Do you mean like a finish, like a finishing move, like in a fighting game or something? Okay, so if you've never animated 2 interacting characters before, the big thing I would recommend is, and this is going to be tough to explain without drawing it out, and I'm not great at drawing. But there's a few things to keep in mind when you're dealing with 2 characters interacting. One is it can be helpful when you're animating and posing things out to focus on the character who is leading the action. So, for example, if one character is punching and he is technically leading the action, or in this case, actually, you have one character grabbing and then throwing the other, well, start animating the one and kind of focus on the one that's leading the action, the one that's actually doing the throwing. The other one is just going to be following that action. So this way you're not having to try and pose out both at the same time and, well, which one do I put more importance on? Put more importance on the one that is actually doing the big motions and doing the leading, basically. Let me take a look at this here. So is this... oh, that's awesome. That's cool. Ugh, dark. Very nice. Okay, that's the ref. So this here is the reference or the style, just to double check. So for example, what they kind of want to see. Let's see. The reference at mechanics. Okay. Yeah, so definitely that is going to be very tricky mechanically. Like something like this is always tricky. But once again, it's focusing on the core. So whatever is going to be leading the action is going to be very helpful. The second thing is really watching your silhouettes and your composition of both characters. And this is very tricky at first. But when you're dealing with two characters, all the principles of posing that you learned are still there, and they have to apply now to both characters together. So for example, when you learn about posing, you learn about line of action, you learn about silhouette. So for example, if I was to draw a character, I could just draw them in a big thick brush here, and there's going to be no physical details in the character. But if I have a strong silhouette, that's still going to read as a person. Even though, like you can see, I haven't even changed the size of my brush. It's still super thick. So if you have two characters in your scene, if you have another character and they're standing like over here, and I'm just doing this horribly like that, well, you've just ruined your silhouette. Nothing is going to read correctly. Instead, let's say I have two characters back to back. I would want both of them to read clearly. So one's back here. And maybe like pose them out a little bit more like this. So now we can clearly see both of them. It's not going to be like an absolutely clear silhouette, but we can try to make sure that whatever we do is still legible to the audience. So you have line of action, you've got your silhouette, but you also have new elements that get put in, which is the kind of power dynamic silhouette. Oh, and definitely, Peter, I'd be happy to help out. And I can go over, I've got Roger's thing here and then yours, so I'll go over in just a second. So, let's see here. There you go, my pencil. So what I mean by power dynamic is when you're dealing with a scene with two characters, the way you put them in your scene is going to tell a story in and of itself. So this is something that I would recommend checking out Cameron's art break Q&As that are on the AM campus. I think he covers this a little bit in there. But one of his examples is, for example, let's say you're animating a scene, and this is kind of away from what you're doing, but it is going to have similar effects. Let's say you're animating a scene of a police officer interrogating a suspect, and they're in the interrogation room with a table between them. Now, if you're just drawing them out or posing them out, and they are both just standing or like sitting here across from each other, like so, just like this. And I'm going to draw this simply so that we don't have any like physical details. So they're just sitting across from each other just like this. What does that tell us story-wise? Not too much. Now, this could actually work. But which character is leading here? Which one's stronger? Which one is, like, winning in this case? Neither. They're perfectly even in terms of their height. In terms of the camera work, they are perfectly positioned evenly. This tells us that there's some sort of impasse. Now, in your case, you have to have one character winning the fight. Well, how do you do that? You can do that in a lot of different ways, even without actually physically having the character hit or interact in any way. Now, when you add that on top of the physical action that you will have, it's going to make the scene even stronger. So, for example, let's say this guy here is the cop, so I'm going to just give him a cop hat. There you go. Cop hat. So let's say we want him to be the one that is kind of winning this this confrontation. So what we can do is make him a little higher on screen. So let's say you've got the criminal here sitting down. I'm gonna keep this simple again. So sitting down here. But now the cop, instead of sitting right across from him, what if he is standing up and leaning in? And maybe he's got like his hand like on the desk here. Suddenly, he's just a little bit higher, which shows that he is kind of taking control of this situation. He's also leaning forward, which shows us in terms of posing that he is not afraid or that he is confronting the other person. So that alone can help. But with this, let's go back to our line of action principle. So we've got the one line of action this way, going through, and I could draw the leg here. And John, hello. So we've got that. Sorry, my proportions are all off. I haven't drawn in so long. Okay, so let's say we've got that. Well, the other person right now, the line of action is just straight. That's boring. Well, how do we push this line of action to either add to or contrast what's happening? Well, let's say this character, the criminal, is scared of what's going on and he's about to buckle. Well, maybe we have a few choices. He could be leaning back, trying to get away from the other guy. So we get something like this. So now we've got two lines of action that are kind of coming together and pushing the entire composition. Okay, well, that's one way. Well, what if instead we want him to feel very small? Well, instead of having it go in the same direction, we could contrast it, but have the line of action come down. So at this point, maybe he's like shrinking down and like really afraid of what this guy is going to do to him. And just kind of getting as small as he can. So now instead of this kind of dual line of action that goes through, we have a composition that kind of is one character crushing the other in the line of action alone. So you have something like that. Okay. But what if this criminal is confrontational? The cop's leaning in, he's asking questions, and then suddenly the criminal, he's not going to answer, he's just going to fight back. Well, then you have the lines of action kind of cross at each other. So even though he's lower, he hasn't given up. He hasn't lost to this cop yet. And then they go in for a kiss. But you have that confrontation. Where's the Surf Fuego merch? It'll be coming soon, hopefully. I so want to get some Surf Fuego merch in here. So suddenly we have confrontation out of this. And this is all without changing the one cop's pose. We've changed the story completely. So this is when I was talking about in the beginning of the stream, studying composition, studying cinematography. This is what I was talking about. Studying things like this. You can change so much in a scene and tell a story without having to be super obvious about something. So, for example, one of my favorite examples of something like this is Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back. In there, and do I actually have the clip here? I think I might have it on my desktop, maybe. Ooh, I do. Hee. Now, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to show too much of this because of Twitch and whatnot, but I do want to show something. And this is, hopefully everyone's seen Empire Strikes Back. It's not going to be hugely spoilery here, but... and actually, no, wait, this is not the right clip. This is the recording that I had done of that. Okay. I'm pretty sure I have it somewhere. If not, I can just open it. Okay, let me open this up. I could draw it out, but I want you guys to visually see it, and not just my interpretation, my very sketchy interpretation of it. So let me just quickly get this here. So, let's see. Just not Mandalorian. Mandalorian is really good. That's a shame that there's no Disney Plus in Brazil. I'm assuming that's Brazil. VR. Let's see. And oh, I missed this. Thank you so much for following, Riverine. In this film, we have a moment here where Luke has to rescue his friends from Cloud City. And within this, Luke is our hero. He is strong, he is fighting for the good fight, but he is about to face Darth Vader, who is the superimposing, unstoppable evil in this film. Now, with that, you've got a contrast of characters. One character who is supposed to be unstoppable and like just evil incarnate, basically, at this point. And another who is supposed to stand up to him and not be afraid. Even though he's standing up against Vader, he's not a coward. He's not going to flinch down and just be a super scared little child. No, he's standing up to him. He's fighting to save his friends and to save people he cares about. He has to be strong. So now you've got one super imposing character and a character who has to feel strong. But now you've basically evened it out. You've got very like strong attributes on both characters. So how do you make one feel like he's actually losing or in totally outmatched in a fight? Well, if we go through this sequence here, and it's going to be a little hard to skip. Okay, here you go. So this is perfect. So I'm just going to skip through because I don't want to play it. I'm not sure what the Twitch TOS is on this kind of stuff. So the last thing I want is to have the channel banned because I was showing some Star Wars clips. And let me just find the ending here. Okay, it's... Okay, right about here. So if we just kind of scrub through this, you can see how they lay this out so that one character has strength over another and tells a story just in the composition, but without giving up the character's inherent values and strengths. So Luke is, like, again, I know I'm repeating this, but it bears repeating. Luke is supposed to be strong here. We don't want him to come in and be super weak and not be able to fight against Vader, who's this big, imposing mass. No, Luke has to look like he can take him on, or at least try. Luke himself thinks he can do it. So when we start this scene here, Luke is very tall on screen here. You can see he's kind of up in the upper third area, very tall. Compositionally, he's out in the open near the light. This kind of shows, there's a little bit of hope. But ahead of him is darkness, and you can see how messy things are. But as we come in here, and this goes, this is another topic, but scene composition, which you're not gonna have to worry too much about. Scene composition, everything is oppressing into Luke. Everything is pointing in, and I don't want the eyedropper. The drawing. So if you look at this, everything is pointing towards Luke. Even this crossbeam here, this is framing things up. So even though Luke is very small on screen, everything is leading into his character right here. Everything leads back to there. This makes it easy for us to see, but it also makes him very small and kind of oppressed. Look at the size of this machinery above his head. Look at all this like horror that is hanging above his head. This makes him feel small on screen and makes him feel like suddenly this brave hero is not... He's not in a situation that's good for him. He's very small on screen, but pose-wise, look at Luke. You've got his back kind of very strong, wide shoulders. His shoulders are set. He's standing very strong, legs wide apart. This is a strong pose. He's not standing there with his back kind of curled in, his knees kind of knocking together like that. Oh no, I'm so scared. No, he is standing strong and tall and proud. Well, maybe not proud, but like he's not giving up. He's gonna face whatever comes his way. But the scene is telling us a different story. It is telling us that, well, sure, he can stand proud, but there's some horrors awaiting him. Now, as we go through, we have Darth Vader standing up really tall on screen. And as it goes through, we have this moment here where Luke walks up the stairs and Sylvia, hello. You could lose your channel. It's not worth it. Just a warning. Yeah. I'm just going to go through a few different things. I don't want to play through this just in case. But you can see Luke is standing much taller than Darth Vader right here, which story-wise kind of shows, hey, as the audience we go, maybe Luke can do it. Oh, like Luke is strong. He's actually, like, look at this pose again. Strong, chest out. He's not cowering in front of Darth Vader. He is standing face to face with him. He's not afraid of this character. But as the scene progresses, the height starts to even out. As we go through, and we have another scene here. Okay. Suddenly, all of that's changed. Luke is still confident, or I shouldn't say confident, but he's not giving up. He's not trying to find a way to escape and run. He is still facing Vader dead on. But look at the height difference now. Darth Vader's head isn't even on screen anymore. Luke is tiny on screen. And as we go through, you can see again, look at that height difference. Suddenly, Luke is no match for Vader, and we can see this right on camera here. And as we go through, things become more and more claustrophobic. Everything is very tight or dark. And it makes Luke feel all that much smaller. And the last thing I want to show here is... where is it? This moment here. So as Luke's coming in, this is where it's kind of reaching its peak. Everything is really claustrophobic, tight inside. And as he's facing Vader, once again, he's not afraid. Or at this point, he is afraid, but he's not running away. But look at the size difference here. Instead of facing Vader dead on like he had at the beginning, Vader is, and let me see. Okay, yeah. So it's right here. Right there. Luke is here. Still strong. His back is not, he's not giving up. But look at Vader over top of him. Not only is Vader way higher height-wise, he's eclipsed him. Vader totally surrounds Luke in silhouette. And this is a different topic, but it's silhouette value. Luke is wearing gray, Darth Vader is wearing black. Even though silhouette-wise they're not super clear, like it's not perfectly everything out, it's still clear because of a color contrast. But suddenly, as an audience, we see that Luke has no hope here. He is fighting something that is unstoppable. And he can put up a fight, but eventually it's just a matter of time before he loses. And you can see that throughout this whole ending here is that Luke never has the high ground from this point on. Height-wise, he's always lower. He's always being pushed back. He never pushes forward. And one last thing is screen space. So if you think of your scene in screen space, left and right, typically in a two-character scene, each character will inhabit one side of the screen. So in this case, Luke is on screen right. And let me go here. Vader's screen left. So right, left, right, left. Now, if you want one character to feel like they are being pushed or losing, have one character push into the other character's space. So for example, if we split the screen in the middle, which is about here, Vader is pushing into Luke's space. So this is Vader's, this is Luke's. Vader is pushing in, and you can see he is very much coming into screen right. This is Luke's space. It means that Vader is invading. He's stronger. He's taking control of the scene. Now we go back to Luke here, and Luke is going back, kind of retreating into his space. But as Luke gets angry, right here at the end, suddenly there's a reversal. He goes from retreating and going back to suddenly going screen left into Vader's space. He's on the attack now. And we have this kind of this moment that Luke is starting to kind of get an advantage before he loses it all, and suddenly we go once again into Vader pushing in. So all of that just to say, the composition and the way you stage your characters is going to be a huge part of the way the story is told. If you are just posing your characters and putting them on screen just randomly, you're missing a whole element to your scene. So in your case, for this animation test, I know it's for a video game, so it's a little less because video games tend to be like both characters are on even ground. But you can kind of take small portions of these elements and use them to tell a story within your animation. What does this character feel themselves? That's their inherent posing. But which character should feel like they are the, what's the right word I'm looking for? Which character should feel as if, from the audience's perspective, oh man, this is going to be huge. It's a concept like in Shadow of the Colossus. If any of you have played that game, you'd have these huge colossi, which are just like massively tall, and like, I'm thinking of the last one that's like this triangular shape. And then you have the main character that's just like that on screen. Well, obviously, yes, there's a height difference there. And this makes the character feel like, man, these odds are impossible. But the stance of the character himself can be confident, or at least like, I have to do this. He's not going to be all like small and whatnot. So this tells a little bit more of a story. But let's say instead of this evil Colossus that's just standing tall and imposing, we want this to feel like this small character is fighting a gentle giant. Something that is not going to hurt him, but this little guy, he's doing something evil. And this happens in Shadow of the Colossus. The first Colossus that you are fighting, the first few, they've got swords, they've got big arms, they're hulking and they're moving. But as you progress, they start to become a little bit more animal-like and a little less imposing until the end when it switches back again. And you'll have creatures where like they've got horns here, but the head is lower than the body, and it creates this feeling of so it's kind of like a four-legged creature here. It creates this feeling of a creature that doesn't want to fight, even though compositionally it is way bigger than the main character. Story-wise, it doesn't want to fight. It's a peaceful creature. And suddenly, because of this contrast, we can tell a totally different story. This is not some unstoppable evil that our character has to fight. Suddenly we start to think, wait, are we the bad guys here? This thing doesn't want to fight. This is not an evil creature. It's just an animal. So these concepts can apply to your shot. So if, for example, you have your character fighting a big troll thing, which I believe is similar to that clip that, like here, like one character is way bigger than the other. The way you position the camera, the way you position these characters will tell you a lot about who has control of a scene and what what we should be feeling about this scene versus just a fight. So, long talk just to mention that. So, I hope that helps. Now, let's see. How about Pokemon or other game? Pokemon is a little different because it's more on kind of an even fight. It's not the position or the character's height or fighting or scene composition that's telling the story. It's the levels. So in a typical Pokemon game, the fight is kind of just this, like you've got the back of one Pokemon here, and then they're fighting the other one over there. And it's just this kind of grid here in front of them. So it's not so much a matter of composition, but just like showing both characters. But with that said, there is a little bit of composition. And let me just find some images here. Okay. So if we look at this Pokemon image here, oops, or any of these, Buff Pikachu. So if we look at these, the Pokemon, one is higher than the other, and this kind of gives us the impression, even like in a fight like this, the opponent always takes focus because they are higher. Now, the way they're positioned, it creates this feeling of, what's the right word I'm looking for? That we're not fighting something that is, we're not just beating on something that is like, how do I want to say this? We're not just squishing an ant. We're not just like, oh, this little thing, out of the way. The opponent is higher than our character, which shows us that it is still a battle. It is still something that we have to build up to and confront. So in that composition, it is still making us feel like there is a challenge ahead of us. If these characters were even, it would take away from that. It would make it feel like, oh yeah, they're just same level, whatever. And if it was the opposite, where our Pokemon was higher than the other, it would just feel bad because it would be like, oh, this poor thing, oh, why am I hitting it? Why? It's not doing anything. It would change our attitude of this fight. It would make us feel like a bully versus feeling like we are the ones, like the underdog who has to fight and like succeed. So that camera angle is very important in that sense. And if you look at a lot of RPGs, it is often in that sense, or angled in that way. So not all RPGs, but for example, if you've ever played Earthbound or games like that, typically like your characters will be kind of down here, there, and then the monster is going to be big and like hulking up here. So creates a height difference. We're looking up at the monster. Even in RPGs that are like side to side, like Final Fantasy, the old ones, they use the height of the monsters. The monsters are usually a little taller than the player characters, so that it feels like you're fighting something bigger. So even though the battlefield itself is flat like that, and you've got your characters here kind of standing, and I kind of drew them a little small here, like standing there, the monsters are going to be like that height difference. Yeah, Dragon Quest, things like that. So yeah, it's all a matter of composition, and all of these composition elements or ideas apply to anything that you do. not just not just a two-person fight, but even a one-person shot can have that composition. If you have the character, if you're looking up at a character, this will make them feel strong. If you're looking down at a character, it'll make them feel small. So if you want to animate a scene where a character is really sad and alone, don't put it like this, where the camera is looking up at them. This is going to make them feel stronger. And like if I just bring my arms up like this, and I have my head up, I could angle the camera, but let's say I just do this. So pretend the camera is angled. Suddenly, I kind of feel like I'm confident, or I'm putting up a barrier in front of myself. It's like, oh, I don't need any help. I'm my own man. I can do it all on my own. But if I bring myself down, I'm not changing my facial expression, nothing. I'm just doing this. Suddenly, I feel small. Suddenly, I'm not holding myself because I don't need help. Suddenly, I'm holding myself because I'm alone and there's no one here to help me. And it's just a camera change. If you put it even, now I feel cold and impartial because I'm putting this barrier in front of me. I'm looking you straight in the eyes, but I've got this wall in front of me. It's like I'm daring you to approach. If I do this, now it's like, yeah, don't even try. So that camera angle tells a whole story. And when you add that to the left and right, so let's go full screen here. There you go. I had to get my buttons set up. So we've got some music notes here on the side, but let's say I am on my, I'm in the composition here and I go this way. Well, if I'm way over here, I'm going to feel small on screen, and it's like I'm trying to get away. I don't want to be in this. I'm trying to not be seen, or I'm being pushed away. And especially if you cut to the other character who is over here, and again, think of the middle of the screen right there. If the other character is looking down at the other one from here, this is very imposing because you're pushing one character into the corner of the screen. Especially if I suddenly am taller than the other one and I'm just looking down, the other character could be in a very similar pose, but like this, and suddenly they are just being they crushed into the scene. So you don't even have to have two characters once again. If you want a character to feel really confident, so if they're talking to someone and you don't see the other person, but they're talking, if you put them halfway, like there's the middle of the screen right there, my head is halfway between middle and the edge over here. This is a pretty confident position. I'm good here. But what if you wanted your character to feel like they're winning the scene? Lean them forward a little bit. Suddenly the middle of the screen is right here, and my head is getting closer to it. And maybe my shoulder has started passing. So now I'm really confident. If you really want to show confidence, or that they are confronting whoever they're fighting, lean them forward. Now whoever they're talking to, even though we don't see that other person, suddenly there is confrontation here. I've invaded their space, their personal bubble. And now I'm the instigator here. I could push this even more and like go way up and right in their face. Or vice versa, if you want them scared, just lean them further away from the character or from screen center. I have not watched Mr. Robot. I should watch that. Yeah, good times. I missed the movie Paloozas. They were a lot of fun. Yeah, camera angles are super disturbing, or can add so much. Yeah, there's some scenes, I forget. There was one that I love to analyze. Typically when you have a two-person dialogue shot, you never want to have one character's face super close to the edge of the screen because, a one-person character dialogue. So like this, it doesn't give room for me to talk to anything. Like there's no space, but it creates this awkward, like if you imagine this is a film and I'm talking like this and it's framed like this, it makes it awkward. It's like, what am I talking to? Like, there's no space in front of me. If I go this way, it's like, oh yeah, open conversation, we're having a talk. It changes the whole story, and you haven't done anything different with your animation. So camera composition, and it's not just camera composition, but character composition within a scene is very important. And once again, it's not like you have to think about this super in depth and have these crazy camera angles and just these amazingly diverse motions. No, you don't have to have that at all. You just want to think about it a little bit and try to think of, if you have these two characters in your scene, or this one character, or multiple characters, what do you want to tell the audience about this scene? This kind of transcends character. So typically when we're animating a scene, we want to think about character. Who is this character? What are they doing? What's their backstory? What do they feel about this scene? This is going to inform your pose. Are they going to be standing up tall? Are they going to be hunched over? Are they going to be closed off, or are they going to be open? Are they going to be happy, sad? All of those things. That's going to inform the character. But the character is separate from the audience. And the audience is going to have a separate set of knowledge that the character has. This goes to the Star Wars scene. Luke is confident. He's scared because his friends are in danger and he's going into the unknown, but he's confident and he wants to succeed. The camera, and as the audience, we know that he's not going to. And we can show that even more and really tell us an extra bit to that story versus just the straight and boring, I guess you could say. So you should one day analyze a show like Amazing World of Gumball. I love Gumball. It is so good. Their jokes are way too on point. Ooh, let me check this here. So let me... Oh shoot, I can't watch it. It's not available in Canada. Aw. But I hope that, yeah, Canada has weird laws for stuff like that. But I hope that answers your question. I know it was kind of a big tangent on that. Oh, it's not available in the US as well? Wow, that's strange. But I know you guys had some other questions here, so let me get to those here. Roger, you had one. Let me scroll up. Okay, do you know the challenge that is happening on campus right now? I'm thinking about using the video as reference for my jump. The question is, do you think that is too much for the challenge? I haven't had a chance to check the challenge. I believe it's having characters change elevation. Oh, I can't sign in here. Really, it's whether an idea is complicated or not. This just goes down to what do you want to get out of it. Let's see, how do I want to say it? There is usually not a problem with an idea being overly complex. So for example, the Zelda shot here, I would say this is a complex idea. There's a lot of flips and spins and all sorts of stuff. Is that bad? No. If the goal, how do I want to say this? It depends on what your goal with this is, or what the goal of the shot is. And this is usually the difference between doing a personal shot or doing a shot that's for a studio. So if you are trying to use this shot to learn something, make sure that it's actually doing something that the idea behind it is helping you learn something and not just pulling you in different directions. So for example, what is your goal on this shot? Is it to learn how to do a jump? In that case, try to keep it simple. Really focus on the core mechanics of a jump. If your goal is to create a... what's the word I'm looking for? If your goal is to have this scene where there's interesting timing to the way the character jumps, well, that could be a little different. So for example here, I wanted to have some interesting timing in the way the character moved across the scene, which is why I did the ball here. So if we just kind of look at this sphere going across the screen, this is the character's hips. There you go. With just this, I wanted to create something visually interesting. With just that. So in that sense, that was one of my goals. My other goal was to have complex hand motions and complex ways for the character to manipulate an object. So really think of your goals with a scene and see if that... Okay, so he's running up. Yeah, I don't think that would be too hard. Let's see. I want to learn more about running and change direction with the jump. Okay, about running and change direction. By change direction, do you mean like he's going up and then forward? Or actually like going forward, let's say he's running this way and then he changes direction and goes that way. Okay. So in that case, I would say this is fine. Now the big thing with this is that I would definitely speed this up. Slow motion reference is not great for us as animators, because the timing is going to be all off. So really try to speed up this reference. What I typically do when I'm trying to speed up reference, or let's say I found something in slow motion and I really like it, but it's too slow. Shutter only has slow. Okay, cool. So if you've already fixed it, perfect. For anyone who doesn't know how to fix it, basically what I'll do is, let's say for a run like this, I'll find this, like the timing for the steps here, and then I'll look at other reference of a similar style run that's playing at full speed, and I'll take the timing of that and then just match that timing, and that can usually help you get at least close to proper speed. Or if you know, like here this is 50 frames per second, that kind of stuff, that can help get the speed correct. But yeah, I would say this is not too complex. It's really just a run. The big thing is going to be really looking at the mechanics of this and breaking it down. So for example, as he's running here, typically a run, people go like this, but because he's running up and he's about to jump, look at what his arm does right here. He's doing this. He runs and he's really pushing himself. You get this line of action from the elbow all the way down to the toes. So really pushing elements like that, looking for these really clear moments is going to be huge. And just kind of getting that feeling of the run. So, yeah, I don't think it's too complex. Yeah, it's really good actually. Okay, and then there was one other question up here, and I do apologize if I did miss any other questions. Definitely feel free to post them again. I don't want to miss anything. And it was Peter's question. Oop. Scroll up. I should have just copy pasted it when I saw it. Okay. So for your run, the Scooby-Doo animation run, definitely I would recommend analyzing actual running first before Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo is a very cartoony, stylized run, which is great to study because it's interesting timing-wise, and just the way it's done. But if you're new to animation, it's definitely going to lead you down some interesting different things versus studying a real run first, because the mechanics are so pushed. And it doesn't mean that you have to spend like days and weeks studying an actual run. Just like spend an hour just really looking at a run, figuring out the timing, how it should work, and then go to the Scooby-Doo one and then analyze what makes theirs different, or what elements that they keep from an actual run in a Scooby-Doo run to make it feel like an actual run. Because that's the problem with just going straight into cartoony, is that you could try to exaggerate something, but if you don't understand the mechanics beneath it, what you're going to end up doing is making something that just doesn't read as whatever you're trying to do. It has to have those elements of reality in it to make it feel like it actually is what we're trying to do. I hope that makes sense. And then going to do the dishes. Working on twos. Can you help me with sketching? Yes. If you have a link, definitely feel free to post it. And how does one know to keep the size of things, like the length of arms or the size of the hands? I'm not very good at that. I'm not very good at drawing. But it just comes with practice. Now, if you're having a character run like in perspective, that is just even harder. Let's see. Oh, and this question here. Star Wars lore. Does that mean Luke is a prince if Leia is his sister? Technically not, because since Leia was the adopted daughter of the ambassador Organa, she technically becomes a princess while he has no royal standing whatsoever. So, yeah. Poor Luke. He got the desert, just sand and dirt. She got beautiful planet, which, to be fair, was then destroyed. Let's see. So, okay, let's see. This should work. Okay. So you were saying it was... Oh yeah, like see how close he is to the side of the screen here? That makes the scene very uncomfortable. It's like, who's he talking to, and like why is he pushing forward so much? And then this guy as well, like it creates this very awkward conversation between the two because they're right next to each other. And then they separate. And then we go back into a typical composition, which is half the screen, and he doesn't cross that line. So this is just a very interesting, composition and way of telling the story that I haven't seen this show, so I'll have to check it out myself. But just from seeing this, my guess is that it is supposed to invoke a disturbing feeling. It's supposed to invoke something's not right here. And they might be talking about just a normal thing, but the subtext is that this is not normal and that this is, there's something very, very wrong here. Yeah, exactly. Show me space. That's exactly right. Or you could have something like a Dutch angle. So for anyone who doesn't know what a Dutch angle is, it's when you take your camera and tilt it. And this is another way of showing something that is not normal. So for example, if you have a straight on shot like this, you could, let's say I have a close up here and I'm just standing here and looking at my screen. I'm just looking at the screen. But if I was to take my camera, and let's see if I can do this. If I do this, and I'm just looking at my screen, suddenly it feels like there's something wrong. It's like I'm looking at my screen and either there's something wrong with me as I'm looking at my screen and I'm planning something sinister, or something's coming up to get me and the whole, like, it's like the world is not safe. And you can see this like with any of these shots. This is a Dutch angle. It's when you tilt the camera. And you can see that a lot of these are just close-ups. There's nothing wrong with a close-up, but by angling it, it makes everything feel distorted. Like like something is just not right. And like this is a good example here. This is when Thor isn't able to pick up his hammer, Mjolnir. Mjolnir. And for him, that is his whole world being turned upside down. He's not able to lift this up. He was always able to. He's always been Thor. And now he can't. And the whole world, his perception of the world has skewed, and we're showing that along with the character. So this is one of the things, once again, if you have time, especially in these two, Mew Mew. I love that joke in Thor 2. If you have time between terms, so you have 2 weeks now before the next term starts, you could keep pounding away at animation and really trying to get that. But there's all these other concepts, cinematography, drawing, gesture, all of that, that can help to push your shot to a whole other level. And that can help kind of refresh your brain, because you can go away from animation for a little bit, learn some concepts that will improve things. This is a good one here. That you can really see how far over that camera is if you look at the background. But it is just stuff that will push your skills as an animator to the next level. And when you show your work, it's one of those interesting things where you can have a shot that is, I don't want to say that, oh, your animation sucks, but hey, no, like if your animation isn't like amazing, like you've got good animation, but it's not like quite there, this kind of stuff is what will put your animation to there. And I should be more clear on this. If you have the most gorgeous animation skills, like you are just a master animator, but you present your work in a way that is unclear and unappealing, no matter how good your skills are, it's going to be you'll still see the technical skills that, ooh, that moves nicely, but you're not going to interact with the audience. Whereas a animation that is not quite as good, but is framed in a way and told in a way that connects with the audience and enhances what you're trying to say. So for example, if you're trying to make a horror scene, adding a little Dutch camera angle, maybe make it like a high shot or a low shot, is going to make a much bigger impact on the audience than just a boring straight on shot. So don't underestimate the power of that. Let's see, there's this angle on Harry Potter too. Yeah, exactly. Happy Potter. And Peter, you can definitely show me a video. I'd be happy to analyze it. Let's see here. Happy Potter is the whole other story. Let's see. So I think I answered everyone's questions. If I missed one, I do apologize. Definitely feel free to, again, to post them. And I'd be happy to go over it. And I'm going through the chat again, making sure I didn't miss anything. Cool. Okay. So I think I love this song. I think with that, we've covered most of the questions. So let's jump back into the animation here while... oh, the One Piece ad? Okay, let's see this. Okay. Oh yeah, nice. Now I'm not sure how much I can actually play this here, so I'm just gonna frame through. Now, is there anything specific you want me to analyze here? And Roger, when you said Lupin, I was thinking Lupin the Third. It's like, wait, he was in Harry Potter? Oh wait, no, wait, sorry. Got confused. Do as much as you want. Okay, so let me see here. I need to pick a good point to analyze. Okay. I love their commercials. They're so well animated for noodles. Okay. So let me get this here. I'm just gonna get into my animation software. If I can. We'll see. That Lupin is awesome as well. I know, I love Lupin. There's something about that show, it's just so good. Let's see. There's one thing I hate. I remember when that scene happened. It was so sad. That one and the Sirius scene. Both of those were heartbreaking. Okay. What is my favorite Ghibli movie and why? Ooh, that's a tough one. I don't think I'd be able to say I have one favorite. It really depends on what I kind of feel like watching. For a long time, it was actually Porco Rosso. And it's for a couple of reasons. The first is that it's just beautifully animated. It was a story that had a lot of action and kind of adventure. And what I really liked is that there was no real villain. Even the pirates, like, they were villainous, but they tried to take care of the kids at the beginning too. There was just something like lighthearted about it. But the main reason I really like it means a lot to me is that when Cameron and I were bakers, we would work the night shift, and we would work all night and then go back to sleep in our trailer in the day. Our trailer was in a very busy part of a trailer park, and during the day you'd hear kids yelling and screaming and playing, which, like, it's in a park, so of course they're going to be playing. That's not a bad thing there, but it's the day, so everyone's kind of busy and doing stuff. So in order to be able to sleep, we would turn up Porco Rosso music, just play the soundtrack, and just turn that on along with the air conditioning and use that to drown out the noise so we could sleep. So for like 5 months, we would have Porco Rosso music playing every night, and it was just so peaceful, and it just helped us sleep so well. So it has a very special meaning for us. Seriously, was one. Yeah, exactly. That was so hard. Let's see, I had a joke there, but I'll let you choose one movie. Only Yesterday is the best, though. Have I seen Only Yesterday? I feel like I must have, but I'm trying to remember it and don't think I do. I know I have it. Man, if I haven't seen it, that's just bad on me. Go and watch My Neighbors the Amadas. Yes, that's really good too. It is a very sweet one. Okay, so I'm going to pick a scene here. And since we talked about running, I want to go over his run here. And I want to go over specifically how they took a normal run and then they pushed it. So we'll see what we can find here. So I'm just going to set the range here. Okay. So let's see what the animators have done here. So he's running. Now you can see that this is animated. It's not on one. So we've got frame 1 here, key, key, and then there's twos right here. Key, this is twos, twos. So as he runs up, not everything is animated on ones. It's only certain areas. So that's very important that we have to keep track of right there. And let me get my drawing, and we'll go red with this. That should show up. So in this, they're first of all dealing with a very tricky pose, in the sense that they're having a character run towards the screen. This is very tricky to do because you don't get the silhouette of like that of a character running. Suddenly you do this and you don't have much silhouette, especially with the legs. So one thing I really like that they've done right here at the start is that they've exaggerated his pose. If you look at the line of action, he's starting like this. His body actually has a bend to it, this way. What this does is it gives them somewhere to go to. So at the start, he starts with this bend, and then as he runs, you can see that the line of action straightens out here. So his body starts bent over and then starts to straighten out as he runs. And as he ends the scene, I'm going to exaggerate this here, but we get this moment where his chest is up higher. It doesn't actually go up, and he's not running like this, but he's not running hunched like he was at the start. This gives a little bit of confidence to the run, as we're kind of seeing this visual progress of his run. He starts off low, stands up taller. The line of action, nice and straight here. You can see it's reversed from where it was at the beginning, when he was really hunched down. Now, during the run, they are really snapping his feet. Let's see, I'm already on my watching list. Pom Poko, yeah, that's another good one. Pom Poko, I really like Whisper of the Heart. That's really good. Up on Poppy Hill is really nice. Yeah, same here, Rogers. There's some movies that I wish I could just watch for the first time again. It would be so much fun. So, if we watch the spacing of his feet, watch the way they contact the ground in order to sell the strength of the run. So as he's running here, his foot goes up, and then it comes down, and then it's flat on the ground. They don't show the contact pose right here. It just goes from there down. Now he runs. Watch the other foot. It starts low, goes way up, and then holds there. So their spacing in this turn goes from there up to the top here, and then down. So big spacing right there. And as it comes down, it holds that level for a little bit. Still moving down slightly though, before slamming down again. So they're really holding their extremes. They hit the ground, pop up, hold, hit the ground again. So this one contacts, and you get this nice rolling motion. They have a little slip of the foot here. This kind of shows that he's not like just perfectly like glued to the ground. There's some friction or lack thereof on his shoes. Once again here, the foot comes up. It's slipping back, but then straight up, hold, comes down, poof, hit the ground. Oops. So they're really holding these extremes. This is not something you usually see in like video reference of a run, but this is an exaggeration. It's not like they are missing the detail. They are skipping the detail that they don't need in order to strengthen the run and make it more appealing. And this is where animation comes in, where we analyze the reference and then we exaggerate or remove elements to make it more than it was to begin with. So we've got that. Another element that I'm really liking is how they're building in anticipations on his walks. So if we watch the hips, there's not really too much up and down on the hips from like the contact to here. There's not really a down right there. But they are showing within the leg, you've got a straight, you've got a bend, and then you've got a straight once again. So they show that little anticipation right in there, so that the jump or the run doesn't feel weightless. There's a little bit of weight pushing down into that knee. Same thing here. Straight, bend, straight. So they make sure to hit that bend pose to show that strength in the run. Now, just going back to the body here, this could easily fall into feeling like a cycle. But in order to break that up, they have the character start low and then come up. This breaks that feeling of just a basic cycle. Let's see. Hit the ground. Now, if you look at the spacing of the character running forward, this is going to feel a little weird. So you've got that, and then it slows down to that, and then pops forward. So if we just watch that kind of spacing forward right there, it feels like there should be a pop. But keep in mind that on frame 12, this is on 2s. So we've got key, no key, key, key. So there should be a frame here. This is just a hold. The spacing would be right about there. So that creates that nice ease in right there. So just watch out for that. When you're analyzing 2D animation, always be aware that it's not going to be on ones all the time, like with CG animation or most CG animation. So you have to watch, if you're tracking spacing, there will be moments that, oh, look, they made a big pop. It's not really a pop. Our brain fills in the gap. The dude on the left, it is that one guy, the cyborg dude on the table with the black hair. Here? I've never really watched One Piece, I'm sad to say. I used to watch it when it first came up on 4Kids years ago. But I never kept up with it, unfortunately. Mute that. Another thing that they do here is that as the scene progresses, the anchor gets more and more frantic. That's a nice little just build-up of energy. Let's see. Yeah. You could even look at the spacing of the hands here. So his hand comes up, down, holds a little bit, still holding. It's going up with his body, holds again before coming through. Big spacing here, and comes down. And if you look at this, I'm not sure how many people here have heard me talk about this before, but the bouncing ball principle, where you have a change of direction, they are using it and breaking it in different ways. So bouncing ball principle, if you have a object come through and have a change of direction, the frame before, so if things are going this way, the frame before is usually more extreme than the frame after, like that. There's a bigger change before the change of direction than after. And they have that, for example, here. Big change, small change. Comes through, but then, oh, look at that. Small change, big change. And this is on ones right here. So 1, 1, 1. Well, why? Why shouldn't the hand pose be like right here on the next frame before coming up there? No, because this is a very extreme case. And to sell the energy, this kind of feeling of him pumping his arms, it's kind of like a, you can kind of think of it like they're trying to exaggerate the holds. So instead of going, let's say we've got our arms here, instead of just going run and then up and then run and up and run and like that, they're going. So it's just pop, hold, pop, hold, pop, hold. So they exaggerate this kind of energy of the arm going in, and then they hold before shifting it again. So they are doing it very purposefully, and it adds more energy to this kind of run. And you can feel it in the arms, especially like as he goes through. Suddenly they're just like, they're pumping forward. It's like a mechanical engine. This stops feeling like a natural run and more like an exaggerated run, because they are skipping that principle, but they're doing it for a purpose and not just because, oh, let's move it randomly. What do the lights mean in the background? The falling stars? I have no idea. I'm assuming it's probably something to do with One Piece lore. I have no idea. But yeah, I hope that was interesting. What I really loved, one of my favorite parts here is just this first pose. The way they pushed this line of action right in here. And this allows them to get some visual change in the run without actually losing the feeling of a run. The Attack on Titan animation is really good. I haven't watched the last season though, unfortunately, but the intro animation, oh, so good. It is amazing to look at. I haven't actually analyzed it though. I should one day. The timing and the spacing of like using I forget the name of them, those cables that they shoot out and swing around with, is just fascinating. And the way they draw them going in kind of a spiral before hitting the straight, it's just fascinating to watch. Just kind of on a note here, for anyone who's interested in like analyzing animation, I highly recommend it. And what I really highly recommend is study different kinds of animation. Study CG animation, study old Warner Brothers or 2D animation, Disney animation, study stop motion, and study anime. Study Japanese animation. Japanese have a very interesting concept of timing that is usually a little different than the American version of timing and spacing. And it's just interesting conceptual differences which can add or change your shot in little ways. Can you tell something about animations from Fate series anime? Do you mean analyze it? I don't have any animations from that, but I have seen a few. I've never actually watched any of the Fate anime, unfortunately, but the clips I have seen, they're gorgeous. And actually, do I have... I might have something here. Give me 1 second. I had seen a clip from Fate just a while ago. Let's see if I can find it here. Where are you? No, that's not it. So, just for anyone who's interested, this is a website I highly recommend taking a look at. This is Sakuga Boru, which is, if you don't know what Sakuga is, to put it kind of bluntly, is really good animation. It's the Japanese term for like really good animation, and usually it's animation that's like drawn on ones or straight ahead. And this site is really cool because it's just a conglomeration of really awesome clips from anime. So you've got like this one here, or they've started posting like clips from all sorts of shows now. So like this is Alf, the animated series. So this is a TV series, and like it's just got these really awesome clips, and these creatures are horrifying. And I really like kind of looking at this site occasionally because it kind of gives you inspiration for all sorts of different clips that you might never have seen before. And this is a weird one. I've never watched the Alpha animated series, and I would never have guessed that they would have had that. But like if you're animating, wait, that could be an interesting scene to analyze. And they've just got a lot of really cool stuff in here. Like here's the Grinch. So that expression right there, unfortunately I don't think you can frame through this, but in terms of just inspiration, it's a lot of fun. So right there, his expression changes, boop, and then those eyes. You've got a little bit of that ease, and then just pop and hold, and the ears overlap afterwards. So you can see this is what I was talking about, that bouncing ball principle where things ease out. This is using that a lot more, where instead of just snapping up into an expression change, they have a little bit of a small change, then pop. And then here, small change, pop. So that's using that kind of bouncing ball motion a little bit more versus the One Piece one that was skipping that and just went straight into the pop. If you're interested in your downtime, Nick released these sketches that they do in their animations for modern SpongeBob. Ooh, I'd definitely be interested in that. I'll have to check that out later. Oh, nice. This is the storyboard. Yeah, this is awesome. I love seeing stuff like this. Going from the storyboard to the final shot right there. I highly recommend you guys, if you can find stuff like this, this is just great to analyze, to see how much they went from planning or storyboarding to the final shot and what changed. So this can be really, really insightful. And you can see how like they're planning camera shots and stuff right from the start. So definitely I would recommend anyone check stuff out like that. Like this. This is so cool. Just going. And you can see that like the storyboards aren't often the best drawn. Like look at that. That does not look like SpongeBob's face. Which one was it I saw here? Like right there. There's no detail whatsoever. But these animatics, these storyboards, they don't need to be detailed. So when you guys are doing your planning, like look at the hand here. There's no fingers, there's nothing. The consistency is not always accurate. The room changes. So if you're trying to learn how to plan a shot, take a look at those. They can be very kind of inspirational to see that, yeah, you don't need to be super skilled. And this is for a 2D animation. If you're going for a CG, again, you don't need that drawing skill, as long as you can get the idea clearly to your audience. That's the important bit. But yeah, I definitely recommend checking out this site. I can't seem to find that Fate clip that I had been looking for, but yeah, there we go. So yeah, hopefully that was interesting. Hopefully that was helpful. And if anyone else has other questions, definitely feel free to ask. And someday I need to message Twitch and see if I can do more, or if it would be possible to do more draw overs and stuff, because I'm always afraid of like exactly how far can I push it in terms of sorry, what I'm looking for, like doing draw overs and stuff. It's a very gray territory, and I wouldn't want to be breaking terms of services and stuff accidentally. Okay. So, for example, just going on this scene here, for example, as I'm doing it, if I'm watching the hips here, if I watch this knee, it never really kind of straightens out. It just stays bent the whole time. Kind of goes up and then bends again. Well, maybe I can just take the hips in this segment right here, the translate Y, maybe just push it just a little bit more. Just to get a little bit of a straightening in there. So we go from bend to straight, and then make that contrast a little bit more extreme into that bend. This is going to help show some weight in there. Something like that. Okay. I could push it a little bit more, but that other foot is kind of coming off the ground here. So let's take that. Now the foot comes off the ground there. What I can really do is just maybe, oops, wrong control. How do I want to do this? So the foot goes there. Let's rotate it up onto the toes a little bit more right there. And then see how much I can push it here. What's this from? Shadow Hearts 2. Interesting. So as it comes up, maybe I could have that foot just slip a little bit less. So it comes through here, and as the hips come through, maybe I can just bring this foot over slightly and maybe back, but still on the ground. Oops, what frame did I change there? Oh, let's change this one. Oh wait, auto key is not turned on. That's why. That would make a difference. If I don't have auto key turned on, I get lost. So now that foot starts to come back there. Let's see, Modern SpongeBob has good animation. I haven't watched them in a long time, so I can't say about the stories, but the animation does look really good. They really upped their game in a lot of the storytelling or story department areas. Or sorry, not story, animation. I got confused on my terms there. My favorite thing to watch, and I do love it, is the Who Framed Roger Rabbit shorts. Oh yeah, those are really good. If you guys haven't seen them yet, the Who Framed Roger Rabbit shorts are really fun to watch. They're fantastic 2D animation, and overall just a fantastic thing to analyze. Okay. There we go. So I'm looking at this foot here, and I'm just trying to make sure that it doesn't move like left and right, left and right. It comes out, and then I kind of want a little loop forward right there. It's hard to see from this angle, but the toes kind of come forward a little bit. Let's exaggerate that before heading back. So it's like a little anticipation. That's good enough for now. Let's see. Tummy trouble is just masterful. Yeah. I think they are on YouTube as well, if I remember correctly. Officially on YouTube. Let me see if I can find this for you guys. Roger Rabbit shorts. I might be wrong with that. But I do think you can find them on YouTube. I don't know where else you would find them, actually. If they're on the Blu-ray, maybe. I need to rewatch Who Framed Roger Rabbit. It's such a good film. So on this frame, I want to brings her arm in. And let's hold it back just a little bit longer. She's going to... How do I want it to grab? So this is the part where I really need a breakdown right here. This is unclear right there. So what I'm trying to figure out is how I want her to grab. Do I want her to grab and the arm comes out this way, or should it come up? And I think she's grabbing it from the top and then swinging it down and around, I think. So I should... Let me double... No, actually. Arm comes up. Let's give this a try. If I raise this up higher. Comes up and then down. Maybe. We'll see. No, wait. Grab it and twist. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I'm talking to myself. I'm really just trying to figure out how I want this to... how I want her arm to flow through this moment here. Trying to avoid letting Maya do the work for me. That's the big thing. Let's see. My brother owns the 2 DVD collections of Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Nice. It's always fun when the DVD menus are interactive and actually interesting. The worst is when DVD menus spoil the movie. That's never fun. See, when you make your sketch on ones, even though you are animating on twos, and you see how funny your sketch looks like because it ain't the whole thing. Yeah, it's always fun to kind of play around with that. I've only done very basic 2D stuff, but there is something really, really fun about it. There's just something about kind of seeing those drawings come to life. And what frame was I on there? Okay. Okay, now the big thing here is I should tweak the body. The body is kind of popping forward, so let's ease that back there. There we go. Already that helps a lot. I think I'm putting too much into 2 seconds, so I'll trim what I can next. Yeah, it's very easy to kind of go overboard with animation, but it's always good to kind of overdo it and then pull it back than to underdo, typically. Now, one thing I do want to make sure is that let's see, bring this elbow in just a little bit more. So one thing I really want to make sure I do for this segment here is I need to understand how she's going to grab it. So I'm actually going to skip 73 for now. I tweaked some core elements of it, but I need to go between 77 and 79 here and really try to break this down. So let's see, this is where she grabs it. So let's get this hand in IK. Let's see. Oh, take care, Peter. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. Let's see. I think I'm putting, like I did the run scene first, but I should have angled the run and also should have tried to make him shocked first, then run out of this. Okay, yeah. Oftentimes when I'm planning out a scene, well, like this one here, I kind of did a whole initial blocking pass that's just very rough and then put in the details after. This basically just makes sure that I'm not going too far too soon. And it's something I always try to keep in mind, as tricky as it can be. It can be very helpful. Now here, I want her to grab it, but I'm not a fan of the arm being so bent here. So let's see, she grabs it. I'll have to get the twisting of the staff in right now. The staff is just kind of floating down. It's also moving at the wrong angle. Don't look at the staff yet. It's too early. Okay. So she comes through, grabs the staff. I think the staff could probably be rotated up just a little bit more. Get that hand in place, because if she grabs it, she's not grabbing it with this side of the hand, she's grabbing it with the thumb side. So it'll be a little bit more like so, which you can see how that changes the arm position quite a bit. Now, do I want to bring this up? So should she grab it more this way? Perhaps. Oh, and I'm using the wrong control. I need to boop, boop, reset that. I forgot it. It's been so long since I've worked on this shot. I forgot I had made a specific control just for the offset of the hand here. And I believe it is this one. Okay. So something like that. I'm going to change the body in just a second here. Let's keep a little bit of a bend here. Grab the staff, swing it down and around. Okay. So that's working better. There's still so much broken with this, but let's just get the big things in first. I'm trying to make sure I don't block the entire face here. So let's actually get the hips and the legs in place first. This is going to help solidify a lot here. So the hips right through here, they come down. Yeah, you can see how there's just a pause right there. I'm not a fan of that. Okay. Why is there suddenly a pause there? Hips are coming down. They should just be cleaner right through there. Let's see. Oh, thank you so much. Let's see. Sorry, I'm not talking too much right here. I'm trying to figure out exactly what I need to do right here. So for example, you can see how the hips just pop sideways right there. So I need to watch this moment right here where the hips just kind of snap. So let's build that in there just a little bit more. I don't mind having a big quick motion, but it definitely needs to come from somewhere. Motion should not just happen for no reason. Like right here, how her hips go forward and then back. That should not happen right there. If her hips are going back, they should just keep going back. I'm not sure what is up with that key right there on those hips, but that should be better. So now the hips come back and then go forward. And if anything, if they're coming back here, they should go a little faster. This Lunar. It is Lunar. Hee, I love Lunar. I don't know if it's supposed to be pronounced Lunar or Lunar. I guess technically it should be Lunar. Okay. So now as she comes back, really try to push this weight shift back a little bit faster. And that way it can hold a little bit more here. Okay, that foot freezes there. Okay, let's do a quick foot pass because the feet are gonna really sell this here. So her foot comes back here, and you can see how it just kind of freezes right there. That should not be the case, and then it slowly comes down to a contact right there. If she's shifting her weight, her foot doesn't necessarily have to hit the ground like super quick and solid, but it should definitely hit more strongly. So come down like that, and then it starts twisting right away. Okay, yeah, right here. That's better. Still a little slow. If she's really shifting her weight back there, I think I'd want it to be a little stronger. Let's see. Yeah, that's fine for now. I have to do a whole foot pass at some point, so I don't want to get too caught up in foot details just yet. But that foot contact feels much better now. Now the other leg here, you can see how that leg just kind of pops forward. This is what I was talking about before, that kind of bouncing ball principle. Right now that foot is just going halfway between one pose to the next. And it can't really do that. It needs to ease out from there. Now, if I'm doing a really stylized shot, that would be okay. But because this is a little bit more kind of realistic, you could say, I can't go too far with that. So I want to hold this foot back quite a bit more. So now that foot can still slide forward, but now it eases out into that pose right there. And then on this pose, I could even maybe bring it back just a little bit so that it ends up sliding into the last pose there. More like that. Let's see if I can push this even more. Really exaggerate that. So we get just a small motion here before it kind of pops into the next one. I draw in twos. I make one motion in twos. What if on every other frame I make another frame of motion? Do you think animators sometimes do that? Let's see. I draw in twos. Make one motion in twos. What if on every other frame I make another frame of motion? Oh, so do you mean like on one frame you move one arm, and then on the next you move the other arm, and then one arm, and then the other arm, for example? So you move part of the body on one frame and then the other on another frame? If that's the case, I would not recommend that. That's going to make the character feel it is going to make the character feel disjointed and kind of moving around in a really odd way. Now, if you have two characters, that's a little different. You could have one character on twos. So let's see this here. So let's say I'm just going to do a sphere here. So I've got a sphere here and a sphere here. Now, I could animate the one sphere. Onion skinning is here. So I can animate the one sphere moving on twos here. So this is going to be 1, 2. So I could do something like that. I'm just doing a kind of straight line. So we've got that kind of motion right in there. But the other character doesn't have to move on the exact same frames as the first. I could have that character start to move on opposite frames. So now this is not going to work too well here because I'm drawing them on the same layer. And I should have thought of that because it's going to make a really weird strobing effect here. So don't do it on like I did here on the same layer. But you see how you get that strobing effect? Don't do that. So let me undo. And I'm just going to make a new layer here. So whip, get rid of you. So we've got that sphere moving there. No, not a new timeline. I want a new animation folder. And let's do the other sphere here. So this one's going to start to move, and it's also on twos, but it's on kind of opposing twos. So you get something like that. So they're moving on separate frames, but if you play it back at speed, you're not going to notice this kind of like hitching. If you're doing it on one whole character, you'll tend to notice that kind of like popping. Sometimes you can get away with it, but in general, it just kind of starts to feel a little weird. Something like a building is falling in one frame, and the next frame the character is moving his hand. Yeah, that's fine. Like that's basically this kind of example here. I thought of this mouth opening up, and then the tongue comes out, but I want the hand to also move at the end of the tongue motion. That could work. Since the tongue is so small on screen, you could probably have that move on its own. Just be very careful. It could still feel a little stroby. But yeah, definitely that is a possibility. It's not something that everything has to be on the same frame at all times throughout the whole scene. That's not the case at all. And actually, did I delete it? Yeah, let me bring that back. Let's actually take a look here, because we did say that there were some scenes here, this run here. So, like right here, he's animated, no one else is. And then people in the background move right there. Now they match right there. They match there. So you can see he's actually got more frames than the others in the scene. So that's not a bad thing. Or even here, for example, the cat is moving, but they're moving the whole body of the kid here. And then everyone else moves. And then he moves. And then they move. And now only these two move. Now everyone else moves. But whenever a character moves, it's the whole character. So you can see it's the entire character. Not just part of a character. Even here, there's a little bit of motion. He's not moving a big amount, but everything around it is moving. Even like you can see it. So yeah, just watch out for that. If part of a character is moving, the reason why you don't want to make like separate things move, so for example, even just the tongue moving versus like the whole body, is that everything is connected in a way. So if I move my arm, for example, if I just move my arm up, that affects my whole body. So I can't just move my arm without it adjusting things on its own. Now in 2D we can get away with that a lot more. So for example, if you look at Scooby-Doo, and this is if ever you look at Hanna-Barbera cartoons, they are designed in a very specific way. So here we've got Scooby-Doo. If you look at Scooby-Doo and any Hanna-Barbera cartoons, you will notice that they have collars. Fred has an ascot, Daphne has a scarf, Velma has a big collar, Scooby-Doo has a collar, and Shaggy, well, he's got a V-neck, which he is probably the most extreme like departure of this, but he's still got that V-neck. The reason they do this is so that when they're animating the characters, and I think I have some episodes of Scooby-Doo here. I'm just gonna slowly frame through, but Scooby-Doo. The joy of buying DVDs and putting them on your computer is then you can analyze them whenever you want. This is something I highly recommend. Whenever you buy DVDs, put them on your system. It makes it really cool to be able to analyze stuff. So open with. Okay. So the reason all of these characters have collars, and if you look at any Hanna-Barbera, Jetsons, Flintstones, they're all wearing ties or something around their neck, is so that when they're animating the characters, they can just animate the head on its own without moving the body. It creates a separation in the character. Now, gotta find a scene where they actually do that here. But they can animate the bodies separate from the head and just use the head as its own. This is from the old 2D Cell days. So they could save money and not have to animate the whole character all the time. So example of this is the face is moving, or the mouth is, nothing else. Face is moving, there you go. So this is an example of this. Because there's the collar there, they can move the head around, but the body doesn't have to be animated at all. What about ones you rent? As an artist, I have to say, if you rent it, don't rip it. That's piracy. Now, the sad thing is, like, as animation students, like, it might be very tempting because, well, I know a lot of people don't have cash, and like when I was an animation student, money was super hard to come by. And I'm not saying like, oh, swimming in it now, but if you can, keep in mind that this is the industry that you're this is the industry you want to go into. And let's say you worked on a very big budget film, or any film. Would you be happy with people pirating what you did? If you worked on a video game, would you be happy with people pirating your game? And like not making any money off of it? What if a friend says that you can rip their DVD? That's still technically piracy. Now, the big thing here is it's also file sharing. So, for example, let's say let's go away from this. If I lend someone my video game, I can let them play it and finish it and all good. That's just sharing files or sharing games. Let's say I've got Wario Land right here. Great animation in this game, by the way. Let's say I hand it to my friend. Is that piracy because I'm lending it to them? No, I'm just lending my game to a friend. If I was to make a copy of it and sell it, that's piracy. So a lot of it does come with intent. If you're selling it or redistributing it, that is piracy. With that said, technically file sharing, for me personally, I don't see a problem with it because of the, like, it falls into that kind of gray area where if you stop that, then you also have to stop people from lending games, which that's stupid. Of course, like, for example, me and Cameron, we always lent each other games because we're not going to buy 2 copies of every single game when we were kids. So we would always lend each other games. There's no way that you can survive without it. With that said, if you are constantly just never paying for anything and downloading them or copying them from things you rent, all of that, there's an excess point, I guess you could say. It's all gray. Like, there's no right or wrong. My personal view on it is I want to support the creators. And am I supporting the creators by copying something? No. So whenever I can, I'll try to pay for it. Now, if you do copy something, another way you can support the creators is buy their merchandise. Buy their, like, a toy, buy a book from that same product. So it's not a bad thing. And like Sin, like, that's a very good point. Some countries get it super late. Are you going to wait until everything is spoiled for you? No, that's not fair for you as the viewer, that you get everything spoiled all the time because of where you live. But with that said, when it does come out, it would be good to buy it regardless, even if you've seen it already. So I'm not going to say don't. I'm not going to say do. It's really, you have to kind of judge it yourself and kind of take the moral high ground, I guess you could say. And keep in mind that if you worked on, just keep in mind, like, we're all going into this industry, or you're all going into this industry. If you worked on something really, really hard, and think about it, like, let's say you drew a picture. You drew a wonderful picture, and you were going to sell this. And then someone buys it, and then scans it in and just creates prints and hands it out to everyone. How would that make you feel? How would you feel if someone just copied everything and handed it out? They're not making any money off of it, but they're handing it out. And you've got this whole stack of things that you were going to sell, and now no one's buying it because, well, they've all got copies. Would you feel good? It would be really awful. Or let's say you made a DVD and then suddenly everyone's just copying it. If you can, pay for it. If you can't, support it in some other way. Show your support for things you like. If you don't, that's how things get canceled. Or how people just quit and don't keep doing the things they want to do because, hey, if I make a game and then everyone copies it and just, that's it, I can't support myself to make another one. So it is all gray. I will say that. My brother says that if you can't get the console, then there's some fairness to it. If you buy a Game Boy Advance now, you aren't supporting the creators. Yeah, so that's another thing. Like, let's say old stuff. Let's say you want to play an old video game. Well, where do you buy it? You can't. A lot of it, like, you have to go to eBay and stuff like that. Sometimes, like, I wanted to play the old Shantae game. The only cartridge I could ever find was a $600 cartridge that maybe will work. I'm not going to pay $600 for a cartridge. I don't have that money. So you get an emulator and a ROM and you play that. But what I also did was I bought the new Shantae game. I hadn't played it yet. I hadn't even played the original, but I bought the new one. Because at least that supports the creators in some way. So even though you can't support the creators in one way, try to do it in another. And especially for older stuff like that, it's very tricky. Like an old, like, Scooby-Doo cartoons. I was lucky. One of my friends who lives right nearby, she loves Scooby-Doo. She has the entire collection. She's got every Scooby-Doo ever. So I was able to get her collection when she didn't need them anymore. But that's, again, sharing. She had extras of the DVDs and she gave it to me. I didn't technically buy it, but she had bought it. And she didn't just copy the files, she gave me the DVDs. Again, it's all gray. It's still file sharing. That is file sharing. So I never want to be the person who goes, oh, no, you shouldn't do that. It's bad, it's evil, it'll kill the industry. No, it won't. As long as it's done responsibly. And as long as you do it with a conscience, basically. I hope that makes sense. I don't want to make anyone feel bad for doing it. I also don't want to make it sound like that's all we should ever do. Let's see. I'm just catching up with the chat here. It is not for you. Go for something else. I mean, if you can't pay for something, it is not for you. But I'm going to try the game. I want so bad to watch Mandalorian, but I don't really want to download it. Yeah, that's the big thing. It's tricky. Like, if you can't watch Mandalorian, that sucks. Now, and this is like, I really don't want to make it sound like I'm endorsing piracy. But if you were able to find The Mandalorian and watch it, then try to support them in another way. Because if you don't, at least, like, this is my idea of it, they're releasing this thing for people to enjoy and to be surprised by. These writers, these creators have put so much work into making something for you to enjoy and to experience. Now, what happens if you can't get it right away? You're going to have everything spoiled for you. Every secret, every little thing is going to be spoiled by the time you watch it, and you're not going to get that experience that the writers and everything put so much work into. In that case, if you can find it or watch it like online, is that a bad thing? Technically, yes. But if you do watch it online, when it is available in your country, then you buy it. Regardless of if you liked it or not, you buy it. You do it with a conscience. You are... How do I want to put this? For me, the way I always think about it is, think of the creators. They put a lot of work into this thing, so they should be paid for it. If you're watching it, if you're enjoying their stuff, you should be paying them for it. You should not be stealing their stuff. They also put a lot of work into this kind of stuff for you to enjoy. Like, as a creator, if I create a video game, I want people to enjoy it. I want people to experience it on their own and to have that initial moment. Like, I'm hoping everyone watched Star Wars here, but the Star Wars Empire Strikes Back moment when you first see, like, near the end and the famous quote happens, that kind of, oh my god, I didn't see that coming. Oh, what? I want people to experience that when I create something. That moment. If I worked hard for that, I don't want it to be spoiled for them before they watch it. So if you don't have access to this thing, and you're not going to have access to it for a long time, and everything's going to be spoiled for you, well, that sucks. And in that case, as a creator, I would be happy with you finding a way to see it before it gets spoiled. But again, I know I've repeated this, try to support them in some way. Buy a toy, buy the merchandise from that show. There's a bunch of Mandalorian Lego sets and things like that. Find some way of paying back the creators. And if ever it does come out, you buy it, regardless. If you watch The Mandalorian and you went, oh god, this sucked, I really didn't like it. I personally love it. Mandalorian is fantastic. It's so cool. But let's say you didn't like it. Still pay for the subscription. You watched it, and whether you like it or not, you should have paid for it. So that's my mentality on it. As long as you just think of it with a conscience, and you you, what's the word I'm looking for? You think of how you would want to be treated as a creator. Let's see. I went to Disneyland, but after the Disneyland one, those are Child's Play. Just catching up with the chat. What if you don't like the movie and you want it to burn and crumble? That is a whole different talk. So, for example, let's say there's a film that you want to watch, but you know that everyone was mistreated on the film. Everything was like awful. They didn't treat their animators right. They didn't treat their staff right. And you don't want to support this. You don't want to watch this and pay for it because that'll support the creation of more of this stuff. So you want them to not succeed, which sometimes, like, maybe that's a good thing, maybe that's bad. I'm not going to go into that kind of stuff, but let's say there's a situation like that. In that case, why watch it in the first place? Just don't watch it. If you really hate something and it was made by evil people and I'm never going to support that, then don't watch it. And like that's kind of the, what if you didn't know? Well, see, this is where it gets tricky, because now it's like you didn't know, you watched it, and then you find out, oh my god, they were supporting animal abuse this whole time. It's, well, here. This is going so far off of animation. I hope this is interesting for people, but we'll just do a thought experiment. So let's say you're eating at Chick-fil-A. You're eating at Chick-fil-A and you're eating one of their sandwiches. Oh, so tasty. Yum, yum, yum. It's so good. And then as you're eating there, you find out that, oh my god, Chick-fil-A doesn't support gay rights. They are against it. They pay a lot of money to have gay rights removed from people. I don't support that. That is very cruel to me, for people to take rights away from other people. Is that fair? No, I don't want to support that. But I'm halfway through eating my sandwich. I've got it in my mouth. Do I then go, well, no, I'm not supporting that. I'm walking out. I don't support what you do. I still have to pay for that sandwich. I still ate it. So, like, in that concept, there's no way that I can justify eating a sandwich and then leaving and not paying for it. So if you apply that kind of mentality to a film, if you watched it, you kind of have to support it in a sense. It doesn't mean that you're agreeing with what they do, but it falls into a gray area where if you start like putting lines in there of, well, I didn't like that, so I'm not going to pay for this, but I like this one, I'll pay for that. But you know what? I didn't feel anything special about this film. I'll put it on the not like pile. It starts to fall into a gray zone where you as a person can start to delineate things and make excuses for not supporting people just because of you didn't like it or you didn't agree. And that becomes tough. And I never want to say that life is black and white. Life is gray. It is gray. It's shades of gray. There's no right or wrong for anything. And there will be times when you should never support something. Like, let's say it's a Nazi film. Hey, yeah, let's support the Nazis. It's like, no, I'm not going to pay for this ever. Like, I don't want to support Nazis. So there's, again, it's gray. I'm not going to put a blanket statement here. It's all gray. I will say, though, that if at all possible, unless it is absolutely like awful what they're supporting, try to be fair. You watched it. You whether you enjoyed it or not, you watched it. Try to be fair. Mulan does look really good. Um, that trailer was really awesome. Awesome is subjective. I watched the trailer for Lion King and that was enough for me, even though it was animation. I just don't like the idea of it. Beauty and the Beast was okay, but not amazing. Yeah, so everyone's got ideas. Like, some people love the live action movies. Some people hate them. I've actually never had a chance to watch them, so I can't put my opinion in there. But again, see, that's where that subjectivity comes in. So do you want to support them? Oh, Disney is evil, they're remaking everything. But some people love the fact that they're remaking them and want to support them. So if we kind of use that social, like, oh, well, I don't like this, I'm not going to pay for it, but I'll still watch it. Well, that's unfair. Especially unfair to the creators who put a lot of work on this thing. And by creators, I mean like the animators, the artists, all of that. So if you start picking and choosing when and where you should pay, it is a slippery slope. And personally, for me, I would prefer to edge on the side of the creators and pay them, because they deserve to be paid. And by creators, I don't mean just a big studio, the corporate name, but the individual artists who worked and bled on this film, because they might not always share the intent of the studio or the people who made the initial idea. I will watch you watch through your window. Let's see. What if I sneak a peek and someone else was watching it and I just saw it? Well, in that case, that would be like me playing a video game. Unless I've got this. I play a video game and you're sitting beside me on the couch and you watch it. Does that mean you also have to pay for the video game that I bought and you sat beside me? Or if I buy a film and then you sit with me, like, hey, I buy a film. Hell, let's all watch this film. We all sit on a couch together, all of us here, and we watch it. Does that mean every one of you will now have to pay me a cut of this film or pay the studio for having seen this film? No. And again, this is where it's gray. If you see it with someone else who has paid, that's okay. Yeah, that's the thing. It's all gray. It's so gray. But if you went out of your way to watch it and get this film yourself, then you put that effort in. It kind of should have been paid for. If your friend did it, then it's so gray. There's so many like ifs, ands, or buts, or loopholes, so much. Basically, I'll just say it again. My main stance on it is try to think how you would feel as a creator if something like that happened to you. And try to treat it fairly. For the price of airplane tickets, you can watch all the movies you want. Exactly. Just go like to Japan. You've got 14 hours. Watch all the movies you want. That would be an interesting way to watch films. Okay, so the hips and feet are feeling much better now. One thing I do want to make sure is that the hips lead the action here. So when they rotate, and this will rotate Z, that they actually lead here. As this foot picks up, that hip should kind of start to come down a little bit more. Let's see. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm washing the feet. I'm watching, not washing, watching the feet, and I want to make sure that the hips are reacting to the way the feet are moving. So for example, when the foot contacts right here, it should have a moment when it's just ever so slightly, oh, and let's not offset keys, I'm not at that point yet. The hip should have a moment where it kind of has a hold in there. I do have everything on the same key currently. I'll start offsetting things later, but for now, my goal is just to get everything kind of working together. And I've just noticed that this pose, do I just have the... Why is nothing else animated here? 77. Did I forget to key it? Is that why I've been having this weirdness here? If that's the case, I wonder if last session I had put a key here and I just forgot to move it. That would definitely explain why this part has been so weird. Because I've got one key that's frozen in place. Oh well. Let's just go with it and see what we discover. It's gonna be half the fun. So we can offset the body here so it drags. It comes in and just a little drag right there. Let's see. So kind of like how I don't have cable to watch Steven Universe, so I watch it online, but support the creator as you already know by having Steven. Yeah. So that is one way to do it, because once again, as long as you're supporting the creator in some way, that's kind of the most important thing. Now, it is debatable, like especially big companies will debate what is proper support, but for me at least, it's not everyone is able to pay for a cable subscription. Not everyone is able to watch certain things in their region. So if that is the case, you support them in some other way. Never just take and don't give back. That's not fair to anyone, especially if you enjoy the content. You know, figuring out that this key was offset this whole time, it definitely makes a lot more sense now. I was wondering, like, why was there such a big pop in this segment? And now suddenly it all makes sense. Why, like, the hips were not moving correctly. Why, like, this part here, it just holds right there. Because it's technically not supposed to be holding right there. Oh, so much more sense. Why the feet were snapping so much. Always watch out for that. Make sure that you know what you're keying. Like right here, the body is too stiff. There we go. And A to the J, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the bits. Let's see. My Steven Universe Canary justifiable for watching Steven Universe free? Canary? I paid for the game anyways. The game is fun. See it. Canary. Oh, do you mean for the one game? If you just this is again that's why I subscribe. You give us too much. I love the content. Aw, thank you. But in terms of like what is justifiable, that is very, very subjective. Because, for example, let's say you're an animation student and you have no spare money. Like, you're scraping by trying to survive from paycheck to paycheck, all of that stuff. Well, is it fair that you, like, let's not use the word fair, but is it right that you should starve in order to watch this content? Not really. You should never starve for content. But when you do start making money, then you kind of pay it back, what you weren't able to at the beginning. So you work towards it. And that's one way of doing it. So, for example, when I was a student, I didn't have money for pretty much anything. And that's not a bad thing. That's part of being a student, is that you're paying so many other things. But as soon as I started getting money, like spending money for myself, I made sure to go through, and anything that I had gotten from friends or like that I didn't have to pay for. Okay, this spine is not working through here. I made sure to go through and basically, I guess you could say, clear my debts. I did not want to be the one who just like, oh, I was a student, that excuses everything. I didn't have money. Yes, it's true, I didn't have money then, but I had money afterwards. So I just kept track of everything and made sure that when I did finally have spendable income, that I paid my debts. That's just kind of my philosophy on life, is I don't like being in debt to anything or anyone. I'm not a fan of it. The idea of being in debt scares me, I guess you could say. Yeah, just going that could have gone into a whole other tangent, but for me personally, I want to make sure that anything I do, I'm not taking from other people. That's the big thing. And Daniel, hello. I didn't have money, but now I have a job, so I can pay for stuff. Yeah, exactly. And it's basically, it's the concept that if I'm a creator, I don't want, or as a creator myself, as someone who creates stuff, I don't want to be the person who takes from everyone else and then expects everyone to pay me for something. And Gomical, thank you so much for the subscription as well. Aw, thank you so much. So if I would want people to pay for my stuff, ideally, I would want people to like enjoy my stuff and pay my staff. So, for example, if I had my own studio, I'm now responsible for making sure all my staff get paid. If everyone is pirating my stuff, that means I can't pay my staff, and as a studio owner, that would make me feel very, very bad, because I've just made all of these people work on something, and now they can't live off of the stuff they worked off of. It's not fair to them. So yeah, big conversation. This is big talk. Let's see. You know, this frame is really bothering me, this 77. Just because it's thrown so much stuff off. I need to rethink this, specifically for the timing, because that staff is coming down and gets caught here. Or was it supposed to be caught here? Let me look at my reference. And I'm putting this on my other monitor just so I can look at my reference side to side. So how does it get caught? Okay, it gets caught there. So if this is the catching frame, let's bring this down here. I'm just tweaking some stuff to see how I can sell this even more. That actually might be more interesting too. A bigger motion. Let's see. I have all amazing icons. I'm jealous. So kick my ass playing Mario Kart is enough. Oh, I saw that you guys were playing Mario Kart. That's awesome. I hope you had a good time. Let's see. Maybe a little higher here. So we get a swing down. But now let's look at the staff here. And the big thing I want to do with the staff is go from the moment that it gets caught, which is right here on frame 78, and everything above that needs to basically be a bouncing ball. That's the big thing. It has to come down and come down with speed. More like that. Now its translates also have to keep moving. It's stopping in weird ways. So 78 is the frame it gets caught. So let's clear that out. And this is going to be linear. Because if she throws it, which is going to be here, everything from that point on has to be linear. So 78 to, or 44 to 78. Basically like that. Same thing here. 44, 78. When she throws it up in the air, there's nothing slowing it down or affecting it, so it's pretty much just got to move in a linear line. Let's do the translate Y. So 44, it leaves her hand. 78, she catches it. So 44 to 78, the middle would be 44 to 78 is, well, actually it doesn't matter where it's going to be exactly. It'll actually be a little offset. Oh, did I miss something? Someone's birthday? Whose birthday? You can play on Tuesday. It's my birthday. Oh, Sylvia, happy early birthday. That's awesome. Yay, happy birthday. Any tips on slow motion shots? Ooh. Do you mean animating a slow motion shot or animating from slow motion a reference? Because those are going to be two separate things. So if you mean actually animating something in slow motion, the big thing to do is really study slow motion footage. Because you're going to have to add things that you normally wouldn't be able to see. So for example, when you see slow motion footage, you see the face just kind of smush and move in ways that normally wouldn't happen. What you don't want to do is just animate a shot at full speed and then just slow it down and go, ha, that's done. That's not going to be right. Slow motion, there is more that we don't usually get to see. So you really want to analyze that and kind of add those little elements in there. I do not work with Nintendo, unfortunately. That would be a dream come true. I'm just doing a shot using the Christoph rig, just for kind of testing things. There we go. Now that staff is moving properly. But yeah, I am an animator though. I do animate for a living. I also teach animation. But one day if I could work on any Nintendo project, that would be cool. That would be a dream come true for young me. Okay. Let's take a look at this staff here. So it goes through and then... So it doesn't rotate, but that's fine. For the rotation, I really don't have to worry about getting the rotation correct. That's just going to be kind of too much to deal with. But what I can do is just make sure that as it's falling in to the scene here, I've got the rotation where I need it to be. So for example, here, it should probably be a little bit more like that. Put it down here, so that way we can kind of get this feeling of it falling and rotating. Now I'm gonna have to adjust that rotation a little bit more. And the reason for that is the spacing. If you see the tip of the staff there, it goes up right here. Because it's the only visible part of the staff, that's going to make it feel like it's not working correctly. I could actually maybe push it to be more like this. There we go, for now. I'm a voice actor from Iceland. Oh, nice. I've always wanted to get into voice acting. It seems like so much fun. I'm terrible at voice acting though. But that's awesome that you want to be an animator as well. I love animation. It's probably, of all the careers I've ever done, and I've done quite a few now, actually, now that I think about it. It is definitely the most rewarding I've ever done. It's just, you get to work with so many awesome people and get to do so many cool things. It's really cool. It is difficult though, I will say that. For anyone who wants to get into animation, animation is very tricky. Not impossible, just there's a lot that goes into it. And I just realized that something's off right here. Is it this? Yeah, this control here has a key on it. Right there. it's adjusting this pivot point. There we go. That's better. Now her arm swing right here is terrible. It needs to go in an arc, but at least now we've got the spacing of the staff coming through here. And the reason this is important is because it was throwing me off. Because I had that duplicated key in there, it was making it so that I couldn't get the proper timing for this contact here. And probably gonna bite me a little bit. But I kind of want to have the staff happen 1 frame sooner. The reason I'm thinking of that is right now she catches the staff and her foot moves at the same time. And if I could have that happen on frame 77, the staff catch, I think it would make it a little bit more visually interesting. But I'm not sure. Do I really want to do that? We'll see. That's going to affect some timing stuff, so I'm going to leave it for now. I love anime. Nice. Have you done any movies? I've done some freelance work for projects I can't say. Nothing for any big movies currently, unfortunately. Oh, Broken Tangent. That's awesome. I do not work for Blizzard, although that would also be really cool. Right now, I'm mostly doing freelance animation for a bunch of smaller projects. But it's been a lot of fun. Let's see. Get that arm reaching forward. I still need to get those hands in there. Those hands are bugging me. Okay. I'm not a fan of the silhouette here of the arm, but we'll kind of get that cleaned up later. Right now I need to make sure the main motion is reading here. Let's see. Would you animate a wyvern for me? I don't think I have time in my schedule. I have animated dragons before. But it's mostly just getting the schedule working. Since I'm teaching full-time, it makes for a very, very busy days. Let's see. I kind of want this arm to have a little bit more of an arc coming through here. And maybe reach up just a little faster. So it kind of holds right there. And then for the catch right here, to sell the weight of the staff and to make it so it doesn't feel light, what I can do is just push this down a little bit. So now as she catches it, it kind of slams her hand down. That'll add some weight there. Anime Avatar style game? Oh, that would be cool. The world needs more Avatar. I'm actually looking forward to the new series. That'll be cool. Okay. Yeah. So that works pretty well there. It's not perfect. Definitely not. Just getting there. Now, one thing I do have to watch out for is this backhand has a little bit of a pop in it. So I think what I can do is maybe just bring it up a little bit faster. Ooh, Gaia Online. I've never played Gaia Online. I've heard good things about it, though. Let's see. I want to bring that up. No. We'll just have it start moving. I've got a big gap here that needs to be accounted for. Let's see. Okay, so we've got that motion in there. Actually, just on if you want to make a game, going through like either Unreal Engine or Unity is going to be probably really helpful for that. Or if you want kind of more of an RPG stuff, like Game Maker is also pretty good. Use Unity, nice. That's perfect. Okay. Now I definitely need some keys in here to kind of clean up this motion right in there. Now one thing I could try, I doubt it's going to work for me, but I can at least try, is make sure that does not bend there. Use my graph editor to push these curves a little bit more, specifically on the staff. So actually let's kind of bring this down here. It comes down, maybe a little lower right there. So we get a straight in the arm. And then as it comes back up, let's push the curve here. And then let's do the translations. So let's do X first. It comes down through. And actually, let me just key it where it needs to be, and then I'll figure out the curves from there. This is one of the big things, like when you're dealing with complex motion like this, sometimes it's best just to key the motions, put the keys where you want it to be, and then let that solve the issue. If you just try to do it with curves, sometimes that can be very nightmarish. Get the rotation in here just a little bit more straight. Here the rotation is going to be out. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm just trying to get the staff working in this moment. And then once I get the timing for that in place, I'll be able to get the rest kind of working. Okay, got a big pop right here. Okay, could speed up right here. I'm watching the tip of the staff come through. And I just saw something. Marbasol, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. It comes up. So now we've got a little bit more of an arc right through there. Now, the other thing that's going to help with this is that I have this extra control here that will add motion blur to the staff, like that. So I'm going to be able to use that to clean up this motion so it's not just a huge pop. But for now, I'm just trying to get the main flow of the arm working. And from there, I'll be able to figure out where that motion blur should come in. This is a little high, I think. Let's bring this back down just a little bit. And also make sure it's not coming into her forehead there. So let's kind of move that forward. Swings back. I want the body to start coming forward as the arm still moves backwards. It's going to add some more punch to this motion. Okay. There you go. Now I do need to add in the other grab here. Let's see, where do I have my keys? Got that. I should probably add a key probably somewhere within here. Where do I want her to grab the staff? She has to grab it on 83, or go in to grab the staff at 83. So I'll need a key here. Now, technically, I could just key certain parts of the body. I'm kind of falling into like just straight splining now, which is not necessarily a bad thing. But I do have to be careful that I don't get caught up and go too far with this. If I haven't done that before. Let's see. So for this leg here, I'm looking at the knee and seeing how far it's bent. I don't want the knee to kind of have a pop in it. Or to freeze up like that. Okay, legs are good. Let's look at the hip. Okay. Sorry, I'm going into concentration mode where I don't talk. Hopefully that's still interesting to everyone. Comes through. Leg pushes down right there. Kind of want to. And Clavier, and thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Let's hold this rotation here just a little bit more. Yeah, push it there. So the reason I'm holding the rotation back right here is so that as the hips come through, the foot touches the ground and then she pushes her weight into the foot afterwards. This is going to make it feel more connected. Like she's putting foot down and then pressing down really hard versus her hips lurching forward. If I bring this back here, you can see the hips kind of lurch forward right there, but there's nothing happening. The foot is still in the air. There's no way for that hip to move in that way. So I want to make sure that the leg kind of reacts first and then the hip comes through. And this is going to add a lot more weight to the character and to that motion. Always try to pay attention to what your character is doing and how that weight shift would happen. So from the side, as that leg comes forward, the rotation might actually lead a little bit more so that the body stays balanced as the leg comes out. So it might be actually a little bit more like that. And then rotate Y. Oh, this is definitely not right. I might have to tweak this rotate Y in here. It's not working the way it should. And the big reason it's not working is that the hip, as the character comes back, this is kind of fine, but then as she reaches forward, her hips should be reaching forward with that leg. Maybe a little bit more like this. That's going to be a little too fast though. This is going to make the hips feel more connected by having the actual hip go forward as she reaches that leg forward. And then it comes back down as the other leg goes forward. Hey again, Peter. Welcome back. Now, this is definitely going to have an offset right in here. The feet are both pivoting too quickly. Right there. But we'll worry about that when we get to it. So she comes forward. Steps. Hips are now working. Okay. Let's get the spine in place now. The spine spaghetti. Okay, there's definitely something off here. Let's see, show. This is a very useful attribute right in here. If you go to channels in your channel box and go to sync graph editor display, what this will do is if I need to just look at one attribute here, so let's say just the rotate X, now once that's checked, I can just click on rotate X right there and voila, it shows me just that in the graph editor. I don't have to go through this menu over here. This makes it very easy to kind of analyze certain motions and adjust things. So I kind of want that body to maybe not come back quite so much there. Maybe a little bit further back here or coming through. And actually it should probably lead the action a little bit more here. So let's see what I can do. So I kind of want this maybe to hit a little stronger here. Then as it comes forward, that body should start to kind of rotate back this way. And lead this action a little bit more. Gonna cause some strange issues at the beginning here. But now we start to get that. Maybe you can just push that a little bit more here. So let's see. Yeah, I want you to be able to feel the body kind of twisting back a little sooner. Maybe that's a little too soon. Let me double check this here. I'm just trying to get a feel of this. See what happens if I reverse that. Yeah, that's too slow right there. It feels like the body is just trying to catch up to the to the staff versus being kind of working with the staff. Or the ice rod, I should say. So let's try this. That's better. Feels a little bit more combined with them. Okay, let's look at my rotate Y. So this is the front to back of the character. And I definitely need to look at this. So she comes forward. A bit of a pop right there. Catches the staff, which my spacing from the front is big, but you can see this hand doesn't actually move right there, so I'm gonna have to look at that. I want the staff to feel like it weighs a lot and lands in her hand with weight. Then she comes forward. A little bit too much of a quick reversal here. And then she anticipates back before coming forward. Okay, I think that's better. Yeah. Let's not have that come down quite so quick here. So the reason I'm holding this right there is to show that it's the weight of the staff that's kind of bringing her down a little bit faster right after. And this isn't to say that this thing is super heavy. I don't want it to feel like it's 100 pounds or anything like that. But I do want it to feel like it is significant. And there we go. A little bit more of an impact right in there. I'm going to refine that some more in a bit. But let's go back to the spine here. So let's look at our rotate Z this time. So rotate Z is going to be the side to side of the character. And there's definitely something plateauing. That's better. Okay. So, comes over, reaches up. I wonder if I can simplify this. Nope, that is definitely wrong. Okay, there's a little bit of a pop right here. Let's see if I can smooth that out. There we go. Have you applied to work on a big studio? I have. I actually almost got into both ILM and Rockstar. I was hired to go on to Red Dead Redemption 2, which would have been really fun. But both times when we went to apply, or sorry, when we were chosen, Cameron and I, we had some family health issues that came up and had to turn down the offers. So it's one of the reasons why we haven't really worked in a big studio in a long time. Is we kept every time we would get an application and, hey, come on and work with us, we kept having to turn them down because something would come up, and it reached the point where it's just like, why are we doing this to ourselves? It's we get picked and then have to kind of go, oh well, sorry, we can't. And it's not right for us to do that to the studio, because they have to go through a whole hiring process and then, oh sorry, something came up. And yeah, so we just figured we'll wait until we're pretty sure everything's settled down, and then we might apply again someday. But at least we know that we did get picked, so yay, at least that. Kind of feel like this needs to be pulled a little bit more this way. Yeah, that feels better. Oh, thank you. One day we'll work at a big studio. But at least until that day, we can at least help other people out and work on some passion projects. So that makes it really nice. Okay, so I think this section it's not perfect. There's a lot of stuff that still needs work, but it's getting there. Now, the big thing I did want to make sure is that this arm here is still an FK, because it grabs on this frame. So right here, it's got to be reaching up, but maybe reaching out here. There we go. Yeah. No, that feels weird. The reason it's feeling weird is that both arms are moving up at the same angle. She's just doing this. And I want to have some kind of contrast in that motion. So if I do this, that kind of adds that contrast. So one arm is kind of coming in a little bit more, while the other one is going out. If you can, always try to watch where you can contrast motion and exaggerate motion. So something like that, maybe. It's not quite perfect. I'm not a fan of the silhouette, but I do want to just kind of get a feel for it first. Okay. Okay, what's going on here? There's definitely something odd going on the arm. I've got a gimbal flip right in there. I'm just going to go to curves, Euler filter, and see if that fixes it. And it did not. Okay, what's going on here? Rotate Z. So if ever you get like a gimbal flip of some kind, there's a few different ways you can kind of try to solve it. One way is just to kind of redo the pose and see if you can get a clear pose through it. And actually, I should be very careful what I'm doing, because let me undo this so I get it back into the right position here. This key here, I can't look at the curves past it because this is in IK right here. So that's going to throw me off if I'm not careful. Always pay attention to that. You don't want to start fixing your curves based off of the wrong information, I guess you could say. Okay, yeah, that's rotating the wrong way. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pose this arm where it needs to be. And one thing you can always do is just reset the arm pose. So I just zeroed it out, and then I'm going to pose it out here. And this may help solve the issue. So it comes up. And let's see what the curve is like now. And just go curves, Euler, see if that fixes it. Curves, Euler. There we go. So we'll see if... Technically I keyed it on ones now anyway, so it's not going to make much of a difference, but... Okay, it feels like her hand is magnetizing to it. So I'm not a fan of that. Let's bring that out this way. And Tony, thank you so much for the follow. Why the icon, the prap rose is a bear? It's a beaver, actually. It was just a random drawing Cameron had done once. He was doing a whole bunch of Canadian animals. And when we started the channel, it was like, well, we're Canadian. I guess that kind of works. We had no other images at the time. So it kind of just happened to be. That's really it. There's no bigger story to it, unfortunately. Let's see. This arm is not working quite right. My brother was into animating a bit before he took college and went full into computer stuff, and his major is in CS, so he knows a bit. Knows a bit about CS. Major in CS. I'm not sure what CS is, actually. Computer sciences? That could be it, actually. Okay, yeah, this arm is still like flipping out a lot here. And I think, yeah, you can see here how like all of these rotations are fighting against each other. I'll just leave it be. Oftentimes, if you start running into something like that, it can be tempting to try and fix it all. But more often than not, you can just leave it alone and don't worry about it. Knows enough to identify computer science. Okay. Computer sciences is pretty fun. Yeah. Let's see. So I'm not a fan of what that arm is doing here. I'm kind of getting caught up on details, which I shouldn't really be doing at this point. But there we go. That might be better. Yeah. Now, as all of this is happening, I also need to make sure I'm moving a clavicle. This is Discia, right? Yeah, it is. The staff pose here is definitely going to need work. Or specifically, the wrists will need work in that area. There we go. There we go. That part's starting to come together. Still needs a lot of refining, but I'm trying not to go too far into refining because I do need to make other areas work first. And if I get too caught up in the refining process, I'm going to be running into some other issues. Okay. One thing I do need to do here is make sure this wrist isn't broken when she grabs on. Should be holding on like that. And then same thing here. Okay. Where else do I need a pose? Kind of need another one in here, but probably a better one would be in here. Now, if I wanted to technically, just for anyone who's like new to animation, I could technically start splining this right now. The reason I'm adding so many more poses is I just want to make sure I lock things down and don't fall into the trap of letting Maya do too much of the work for me. Like right here, this in between is just straight in between. It's boring, it's not interesting. So as I'm going through, how can I make this more interesting? Well, one, if the weight's being pushed onto this foot, it doesn't have to come up right away. So I could keep this foot down just a little bit more. Let's just keep it straight down like that. So now that foot stays flat and then comes up afterwards. And even then, do I need it to come up at all? Well, actually I do, but I'm missing something. Let's actually have this come up here a little bit. It comes up. But then what I'm missing is that the foot needs to rotate. Just a little bit. To kind of readjust itself. So let's just do that for now. Okay. Now this foot here kind of freezes in place. I'm not happy with that. It makes her pose very weak. So how can I strengthen that? Well, one thing I can do is make sure the foot doesn't stay frozen in place. As her weight shifts over here, the foot can pull back slightly. No. This is where I'm gonna have to tweak from my reference a little bit. So in the reference, she kind of adjusted her weight quite a bit here, but the problem here is my character is leaning quite a bit more forward right there, which is throwing off the entire balance of the pose. So right now she would just fall over. So I think, let's see what I can do with that. So she brings her foot forward. Could I bring it more forward? Can you show your reference? I can in just a little bit here. Let's see. Does that make more sense? Kind of. Yeah. Here she feels like she'd fall over. So she brings her foot further forward here. Keeps her balanced a little bit more. Then the foot would slide back. Sorry, I'm getting quiet here. Just trying to think of where ideally that foot should be, so that she doesn't feel like she's way out of balance. Because now here she's kind of out of balance as well. Okay. Let's tone this down a little bit too. Just this one. Okay. Tone that down. Don't go quite on the edge of the foot there. That knee is pointed in the wrong direction as well. We'll clean that up in just a second. Okay. So before I start getting too caught up in the feet stuff, because I'm starting to get into like splining stuff here, I need to make sure I clean up the arms. This is when she grabs right there, so the hand would still be an FK. And on this frame, arm is going to be okay. I keep going quiet. I'm trying to figure out what the staff should be doing here. So she throws it right here on 99, then it goes up in the air, and now I need to make sure that it's actually moving as if it's going through the air. So I'm just going to simplify this and create basically a bouncing ball arc. Very slight. So it kind of just hangs a little bit. She tosses it and catches it. Now, between those two moments, 99 to that, it should pretty much be linear. This is the big thing when you have a character throw something. Once that thing is in the air, there's really nothing that's going to be affecting its motion. So try to keep that motion nice and clean. So something like that. Now it's rotations. The rotations I don't think are going to be right at all right now. So from 99 goes there, and then you can see it sticks in the same position. And it got quiet again. Okay. She lets go of it. Staff is going to be the other way. Okay. I'm just getting a quick rotation in there for now. Okay. Now, one thing I do want to do here on 110 is try to push the line of action of the pose here. So as she goes to grab it, it just kind of gets a little bit more extreme and then comes in there. So this knee is going to have to come out there. I might even just stretch that leg forward a little bit more so I can get a straight. It's more like this. But that's going to be a little far. We'll see. Get this foot lower just a little bit. There we go. For now. I still need a lot of work on that, but for now, I just want to try and get the main poses in, not spend too much time. Let's see. Don't forget, new people, questions are okay. Don't be shy. Yeah, I like getting questions, so feel free to ask if anyone has questions. or if ever you're wondering like what I'm doing or trying to think of when I'm posing things out, just let me know. Look at that arm. What is going on back there? Okay, so that's definitely a gimbal flip right there. There we go. Still in there. Why are you flipping? It's the rotate. Why? Interesting. Even collapse the arm. Interesting. The flip is gone now, but now the arm collapses. You can see the arm keeps losing its structural integrity there. It's being rotated too much. Interesting. It's the rotate X, I believe. Yeah. Well, there you go. That did it. Sometimes you just need to adjust a curve. Okay, yeah, that's the reason this is happening is because the FKIK is slowly changing over time. Let's see. I do have another analysis of a modern cartoon, but I just would think it would be fun to be analyzed, not to have to. What company do you work for? I work for Animation Mentor. I teach there. I also do some freelance animation for them. I also do just freelance animation for just a lot of different places, but usually those are just smaller things, smaller projects. Let's see. These FKIK snaps are going to be a pain. Let's see. It actually doesn't look. It doesn't look good in splines, but I wonder if I don't need to go through and add too many more keys at this point, because at this point it's really just cleaning things up. It's getting the feet locked down. Like you can see right now, the feet are very soft in a lot of areas, especially near the end here. Like the feet contact very slowly. The arms are just going crazy. This is because of the FKIK flipping or switching, so that the arms are especially right in here, you can see arm wiggle, 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 grab, and then right here that the hand just spins, then the arm spins, and then the arm spins again here. So those are just quick, easy switches to do. I don't really need to add more keys in there. I just need to add specifically one key in a specific spot, not just a general key on the whole body. And yeah, I think the next phase is really just starting to tie things down. And Deadly by Design, thank you so much for the follow. Let's see. Do the tying down, you mean? I was gonna do that on stream. How long have I been working on this? It's hard to say. Like, technically I've been streaming for 4 hours today, but I've really only been animating for, like, without, if you take out all the questions that I was answering and everything else, maybe like not even an hour of actual animating. And I've been working on this for a few weeks, but only on stream. So, like, grand total, it's hard to say. Probably like maybe 6 hours total, give or take. So definitely slower than I would normally like for something like this. But we're getting there. At this point, I think really the big one is tying things down. The main staff motion is starting to get into place. It's not quite working, especially when she kind of tosses it and switches hands. But that's just going to be a matter of watching my curves, and kind of keying things on ones. Getting the feet positions locked down, that's going to be simple enough. And yeah, I think it's just kind of adding a few keys where I need them. I kind of need to add a breakdown in here. Or more specifically here. On this weight shift. This is a big span of time right there. 6 frames. Now, do I want to put it on 3s? Or on 2s? I might put it on 2s. That way I can break it down a little bit more with more detail. Oh, where is it? Right here. So let's just quickly set a key here. And the thing I want to do is specifically the hips. The weight shift here is kind of slow. So let's see if we can push that just a little bit more. So as she comes through, she shifts her weight and the hips go into the other side a little bit faster. So she puts her weight in there. Might come up just a little bit here. As the weight shifts from one leg into the next. So we get a little up and then down. I wonder if maybe I can push that just a little bit higher. I'm just trying to exaggerate the motion here, so we can kind of feel that weight being pressed into that leg there, and it's not just a straight smooth drop. Translate Z. This is going to be pretty simple. Yeah. Let's actually look at the front and see what we've got. Or sorry, side. Yeah. I could probably shift this so that there's an arc, actually. It's kind of boring right now. So as she shifts her weight forward, she comes back. Okay. So what I'm trying to do here is just make sure that she's staying in balance during this whole weight shift here. Let's see. I like to design rig characters, and eventually I'd like to regularly create and release little scenes. But the scheduling workload scope, yeah, that's tough. Oh, my pleasure. The big thing with creating stuff like that is it'll always take a lot of time, and that's not a bad thing. It is definitely something that we kind of have to keep in mind as we're working. Is oftentimes it can feel like, oh my god, I'm working so slow. It's taking me forever just to get one thing done. And yes, it is taking time, but it's a lot of very heavy work. Heavy in the sense of like you're having to do a lot of stuff. And that's not necessarily a bad thing that it takes time. Okay. I think that's better. Maybe just a little less. That keeps her in balance a little bit more. Drink water? I should. Actually, I have an emote there. Yeah, see, A to the J has it. If ever you guys want to remind me to drink water, I made an emote just for that because I tend to forget to drink water. Is this for fun, this animation? This is just for fun. Well, it's for fun for me, but it's also one of the main reasons I'm doing this animation is I wanted to showcase how I would approach animating something like this. So it was actually for a student of mine who had asked how I would approach animating something like this. So technically it is for fun. I really enjoy doing this kind of stuff. But it did start off as kind of a demo. Something like that, maybe. Clean that up later. So one thing I do want to make sure is that the hips, the rotation Z, definitely should feel like it's affected here. As she goes from one leg onto the next, that weight should feel like it gets impacted in some way. No, that's too quick. That's better. So as the weight is being pushed down, we feel the hips being affected by this character switching their way from one leg to the next. Just a little bit. Okay. The rest is going to be okay for now. I'll do a fine-tune pass later. Like, trying to make sure I don't have flat tangents like that. It's going to be very important. But, let's see, what did I want to make sure I do here? So let go. Oop. And Timbo, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. And let's see. Let's get that arm hold up just a little longer. Okay. Definitely need to work on that settle at the end there. Now, just for the arms, just to kind of showcase like what I'll need to do to fix them. I'm not going to perfectly fix them yet, but I need to look for the FK IK switches. You can see them here, and I need to make sure like it works like this, where it's FK and then next frame IK. So you can see here, whenever there's a transition, this is when the arms are screwing up. So even here, as it lets go, you can see the arm just kind of flops in. If I just go boop, switch that to FK, so it's over in one frame, suddenly it works. And all I need to do is reposition the arm on that frame as well. So in this case, it lets go. And there we go. Now that arm works. So let's look through here, find the next spot right there, and the arm lets go right here. So FK. And let's get that arm positioned. So it'll just kind of stay bent here and swing outwards. So even just doing that helps to solve that whole large pop. And now when we play through it, it's nice. So I'm just going to quickly do a pass on that because it's going to help avoid these horrors. Okay, so this is when the hand grabs on. So here is going to be an FK. And let's just copy the pose before it. Like this. Okay. And let's just get it into position here. Okay. So what I'm doing here is I'm just getting the rotations of the arm into place so that it doesn't flip. There we go. Let's rotate that hand into place too. So we get that. Now this flipping here, this is just because the staff needs to be fine-tuned. So you can see how it's going at a diagonal straight from here and then down there. I just need to add some keys here to round it out. So as it comes in, there we go. Now it's going in a round arc. It needs to be much more refined than that, but that at least helps avoid some stuff. And the wrist is broken because the wrist is supposed to be just kind of spinning the thing in its hand, not holding on as the staff spins. That's something I'm going to be fixing in a little bit here. Now here we've got the staff, and suddenly the character is supposed to let go here. So let's just switch this to IK. So it's still going to have some weirdness again because the hand's supposed to be in place while the staff spins around it. But at least now it's not doing that weird flip. Same thing here. The hand goes from this position and then it's transitioning between FK and IK. So on this pose, let's put that into FK. There we go. Definitely needs some fixes in terms of the spacing, but at least we're not getting that pop. There we go. And let's look at this arm as well. So, okay, all that should be done. All the switches are over one frame. Let's look at the other one. Make sure I don't move something. Okay, so we've just got one switch right here. And you can see that how that hand flips. It lets go right here. So, boop. And I can adjust this later, but there we go. And now we've got rid of all of those weird hand motions. Definitely needs more work, but yeah. So definitely far from done. Now, normally for an animation like this, what I would do at this point is I would just focus on the legs and chest, get the body working, and then get the arms working afterwards. And I would just turn off the arms. You can't do this on this rig, so it'll just kind of be a global kind of cleaning. Or I say global, but like trying to focus on certain things and not looking at others. And the way I think I'm going to do this, I might not do this today because it's already been about 4.5 hours. And I probably should grab something to eat. But what I'm going to do, the way I'm going to approach cleaning this up, and I'll just kind of give a little preview here, is I'll pick moments. So let's say our first moment is going to be this initial flip. So I'll just focus on only that. So let's bring our time range into just this. And I'll just go through and make sure that all of this works. And I'll just kind of, I'm not going to polish, but I'll bring everything up to a certain level, then do the next part, bring that up to the same level, do that, and then kind of redo that in steps. And did I make an emote for food? Not yet. I probably should. But by doing it this way, I can focus on kind of bringing up everything as a whole and not kind of getting too distracted and bouncing between all sorts of random spots on my shot. So for example, here, I'm just going to do this super quick, is as the foot contacts here, I need a solid contact on the ground right there. Well, right now I've got a key on frame 34 and then 37. That's not going to make a solid contact. So on 35, let's just make sure it's solid. So for example, take all of these and flat. So you go from that kind of soft, slow sag onto the ground to flat. And I could maybe bring the heel up just a little bit here, just to kind of offset that a little bit, but then maybe bring that down here. So we get that kind of kickoff right there. So now we've got a little bit of a stronger hit in that foot. It's just a little bit, but it makes a difference. Now here we're switching from FK to IK with the feet. So let's make sure that FK IK switch works properly. So it goes from there and then up here. Now this is where I might actually add some multiples to the leg. But for now, I'm just going to try and fix this as much as I can. So let's kind of bend this back a little bit. I'm breaking the foot here because it's over one frame. And it's going to be a little bit of a reminder that maybe I should add multiples here. Make sure it actually works in the perspective view here. So now we get that motion. I did some of the background scenes for the animation where Chowder is running from the Knishmis tree monster. Oh, that's awesome. I wish I had watched Chowder growing up. It seemed like a really cool show. Now we get... Poof. Okay. Now the foot landing here, see how slow that is? Where it just slowly touches the ground right there? I don't want that. So let's take a look at this foot here. And there's a few different things I can do. I kind of want to just hit as strong as I can. So let's see if I just take that pose here, copy it, and let's see what I can do to adjust this. So let's have the toes maybe contact on the actual toe itself. Come back so the leg isn't stretched. So it comes in, and then on the very next frame, comes crashing down, flat. Like that, and then maybe on this pose we'll just flatten the foot out completely. So now we get this. And even with this, I could, instead of rotating it on the tip of the toes like that, maybe I just kind of bring the foot back slightly. So it's not quite on the ground yet. And just coming down. Not like that, but so it's coming down, and then we get that. Maybe bring that up just a little bit more here. And I'm just trying to see if I can really sell this contact with the ground, so that we get this feeling of weight being pushed into the foot versus slowly floating and just barely touching the ground. That kills all sense of believability in a scene, is when you just have things slowly float into a contact. So, like that. Suddenly, there's weight in there. Now it needs to be refined. You can see how it slides back right here. Let's not do that. Slide forward, but then it needs to have some friction come in. And there we go. And even as the push off happens here, the way because of the keys, the foot just goes straight up. Well, that takes away some of the impact because we're not getting a straight in that leg. It just kind of bends and then slowly straightens. So let's keep this down a little bit more. So, like that. Keep the foot a little bit more forward. And then, there we go. So the heel just kind of slowly peels off the ground here before up and away. And even on this pose, I might just be able to bring the, instead of having the foot like ever so slightly touching the ground, let's bring it forward or up and back. So we get that feeling of it kind of leaving the ground. And then here, make sure that we switch FK to IK over one frame. Like that. And all of a sudden, it's not perfect. It's definitely, it needs a lot of work still. And this is the big thing with this stage of the animation is I'm not aiming for perfect, not yet. What I'm aiming for is trying to make sure that things connect correctly. So that when we play it at speed, yes, they need to be fixed, but the weight is in there. So as the feet come in, they're not just slowly down onto the ground, that pops aren't happening, wiggles aren't happening, all that stuff. What class should I start at Animation Mentor if I'm not a beginner? What I would recommend is if you're not a beginner and you have animation experience, you send in your demo reel to Animation Mentor and they will review it. They get a whole bunch of mentors to look at your work and they determine where they think you need to go into the school. And this is to avoid people going in too far. They'll basically figure out whether you qualify for advanced placement and which class you need to go into. And oftentimes they will tend to favor kind of a class below where you might think you should go. So the big reason for this is that if you don't have your fundamentals in place, so let's say you've got some animation work and you've done like facial acting and all of this stuff, even with all of that on your reel, they might still suggest or put you into class 1 or 2, the very, very early classes. The reason for this is that without those fundamentals in place, nothing else is going to work. So if, for example, your reel, they can kind of see that there's something missing on like the bouncing ball principle or these very early fundamentals, that's going to be one of the very most important things that you as an animator need. So advanced placement, just to kind of put this shorter and in a more succinct way, it's very difficult to get into advanced placement. Lots of people do get in, but oftentimes it's at a lower position than they expect to be in. Is that a bad thing? No, it's actually a very good thing. You do not want to go to in a point where you'll go into an advanced class and get lost because you're missing that core bit that the previous class went over in detail. And this is just like, this goes for animation students in general as well. Like if you're in AM, don't focus too much on, and this goes for any school, whether you're an animation mentor, anim school, iAnimate, anything. If you fail one of their terms, don't see it as a negative. I know it's very hard. It hurts when you don't pass a class, and it can feel very demotivational. But oftentimes it comes down to the mentors don't want to move you forward until they know that you understand this material. Because if you don't, if you're still struggling with some of the fundamentals, and like there's always going to be a little bit of struggle, but if you're not quite understanding it, everything else is going to be way harder. And if you don't have that core built up first, nothing else is going to be supported. You can think of it like building a skyscraper. If your foundation isn't solid and you start piling stuff on top, at some point everything's going to come crashing down. So you want to make sure that you have a solid understanding first and build off of that. Let's see. So I hope that answers your question there. But you would just send it in and they would review it. And they'll give you an honest answer. At least 2000 era of Cartoon Network had some really awesome shows. Yeah, they were so good. And Pepper, thank you so much for following. And yes, I am Pratt. Hey! Thank you so much for following as well. Let's see. Reanimated 2-second scene. Ooh, nice. I reanimated. I love those reanimated. They're so cool. Another Pratt. There's too many Pratts now. There's so many of us. How's it going, fellow Pratt? Let's see. Just scrubbing through here. So one thing I'm noticing here, and this is something I'm going to have to clean up later, or I could clean them now, is watch the position of this hand here. See how it's down at this angle? On the very next frame, the staff replaces that position. That is not good. That will create a visual pop in my animation. So I'm going to have to consciously change that. I'm not going to try and get it perfect right now, but I will make sure that I address it at least. So maybe bring that staff down just a little faster here, and then bring it through a little bit more there. So now we get that. And that avoids that visual pop. I saw there was a body mechanics class 1 through 6. I want to do those, but I'm confused on what classes I have to do to get into those. Those are the first classes. So the character animation classes are classes 1 through 6. You also have workshops. So there's the creature workshops, cartooning workshops, all of those. I always recommend taking those if you're new to animation. Take those after you've finished the main course, the 1 through 6. Or at least until you're like class 4 or 5, and then you can take a workshop and come back to the main 6. Before that, the only other course before the main mechanics classes, or the acting mechanics, it's called the character animation course. The only one before that is the Maya workshop, which you only really need to do if you've never really used Maya or animated with Maya before. If you're familiar with animating in Maya, that's not a problem. You can take that. That's really kind of up to you whether you feel like I need a little bit more practice with Maya. Yeah, if you have experience, you want to go into the character animation course. Cousin Pratt, hey Cousin Pratt, looks like I'm learning a new stuff today. Hey, we're talking about animation here, so if you're interested, definitely feel free to ask questions. If you don't know Maya, like Peter, if you don't know Maya, the Maya workshop would be a good place to start if you wanted to take Animation Mentor. That would be where you'd want to start with. Now, Peter, I believe you mentioned you're not 18 yet, I believe. If you want to take Animation Mentor, you have to be 18 or older. But there is a course. If you're really interested, they do 2D animation as well. And it was... I had the business card here. Let's see if I can find it. I met them at CTN. It's actually a mentor from Animation Mentor who started his own school specifically to teach... oh, you're over 18? Okay, then you won't need this. The animation course. Here it is. So for anyone who's younger than 18 and you want to start learning animation, there is the animation course. This was created by Chad Stewart. who was an animation mentor, and he and his wife started the animation course. I'm going to give you the links here, specifically to teach younger students. So here it is. So if anyone who's younger than 18 is interested in animation, check this out. It is really cool. They go over all sorts of animation topics and like 2D, CG, all kinds of stuff. So, and Chad is awesome. He's such a nice guy. He's super nice. And there he is right there in the middle. And that's a good introduction if you want to start somewhere. Okay. So we've got the feet coming in here. Let's hit play. Okay. You got to be 18 for Animation Mentor. I thought it was a mentor program, not a university. It is a university level course, so you have to be 18. The other thing, and this is an odd little rule that not many people realize. With an online course, most online courses like Animation Mentor, where you are on camera with a mentor, you have to be 18 in order to be in there. It's not an animation mentor rule. It's not a school rule. It is a United States law that for any class or any content where you are in a classroom on camera, you have to be 18 or older. And this is basically like, if you're 17 or younger, you're not allowed to be on camera with an adult in a classroom. It's just, that's their rule. So for Animation Mentor, the only way that they would be able to allow students who are younger than 18 to come in is to not allow anyone to be on camera. That they would have to remove that whole functionality from the entire website, which really sucks because, like, for example, as I'm talking to you, you wouldn't see me. It would just be my screen. And I wouldn't see you guys in a classroom, and there would be, like, I couldn't mime things out or act things out. I'd have to just talk it out. So this applies to any program. It's why, like, if ever you see, like, workshops and stuff, most of them are done with recordings versus live action or live back and forth, because it allows them to do just that, get past that 18 or up rule. And that's great for certain workshops, but for Animation Mentor or animation, a lot of it is acting. And if you don't have that face-to-face, you're missing a huge chunk of the whole process. So, something to watch out for. Any tips on how to pose better? I struggle with that a lot. Struggle a lot with that because at the start of any shot, I don't have good poses. I have to redo a lot of things. So, the biggest thing I would recommend is start doing gesture drawings. Gesture drawings are going to be very helpful in just getting used to posing and understanding how characters can be posed. And it's basically a way of studying poses. So gesture drawings are going to be very helpful. The other thing is that when you're drawing or when you're posing out a character, let's do a new layer here. When you're posing out a character, make sure that you're posing a character and not a rig. You can also look at just doing the pose in real life and then cross-reference. Yeah, so for example, let's say you've got your rig. It starts in the T pose or the A pose, whichever pose your rig starts in, where the arms are out and it's just straight and boring. When you start posing it out, it's not just a matter of bringing the arms down and then start animating from there. The first thing I would recommend doing is figure out who your character is and pose that character in their neutral stance. So how would this character stand naturally? I went to have dinner, came back, and you're still here. I don't need food. Nah. I had a healthy breakfast many hours ago. So let's say you're posing out a character. What you don't want is just, and I'm drawing this out because it's going to be a little faster than trying to pose them out in Maya. What I don't want is just this, where it's just, oh, I brought the arms down, but nothing else is in place. Everything else is just kind of straight and boring. Nothing. Instead, who is this character? Are they scared? Are they excited? Are they happy? What kind of character is this? So, for example, let's say this is a really confident character. Well, what does a confident person do? Well, they stand with their chest up high and maybe their head up a little higher. So, as I'm posing this out, I'll try to push that feeling within the pose. His chest is up. His legs might kind of be back a little bit further. He might have a wide stance in his pose. So you start getting something a little bit more visually interesting right off the bat, just in the body itself. Now the head pose. Well, instead of just being straight and boring, maybe this person kind of has like the head up a little bit. Something like that. His shoulders, do they slump? Or does he kind of hold himself like tight? If he's kind of brave, his shoulders are going to be back a little bit, not forward. Forward makes you kind of feel like you're hunched. If you bring your shoulders back, that's going to give you more of a like strong, haha, macho pose. So those shoulders are going to be back a little bit more. So he might be something like this. And even without posing out the arms, just kind of him standing at a neutral pose could have him be a little bit more like that. And there's just this kind of air of confidence. His legs are very short here. In general, legs from the foot to the hip here should be the same length as from the top of your head to that point. Your legs are half your body length. So that's not correct right there. If you're interested in drawing proportionally. And Tiki, thank you so much. It's a reanimation. Okay, yeah. So that's one character. Well, what if the character is supposed to be very timid and kind of just a very shy person? Well, that's going to make his head a little lower. He's not going to want to talk to people as much. His shoulders will be slumped forward. He might still be looking upwards as he walks or just stands there, but he's going to be much more kind of defeated right from the start. His stance is going to be much kind of weaker. So this is going to an extreme here. But by thinking of that, thinking of who this character is and posing just that core of who they are, when you start animating, you're going to start animating from a good pose. And I did this in my Zelda animation. I didn't want to just animate a character doing a flip. I wanted this to be Zelda doing the flip. So this is not the first pose that I started with. My first pose is actually over here. And what I did, it's very subtle. It's not like you need to go super extreme. I could have pushed this a lot more if I was doing a cartoony shot. But what I did was I looked at pictures of Zelda in video games. And I still have to do the face here, by the way. I looked at pictures of Zelda in video game and I found a pose that she often stands in a lot of the images of Zelda. and she tends to have kind of one foot up slightly. There's kind of this confidence in her. So shoulders are back. She's standing tall, but she's not like looking down her nose at people. She's looking she has a little bit of a head tilt downwards, which makes her feel a little bit more approachable. So it's not like she's the princess who looks down at her nose and the peasant folk. No, she's very relatable. So you find these elements of your character and try to pose out your character in that pose and animate from there. What this is going to do is it's going to make it so that you're not animating a rig, you're animating a character doing whatever they're about to do. So that's going to be a big part of it. The next thing is, when you're posing, really always pay attention to the main principles of posing. And actually, where is it here? I have it. I had it on hand forever, and now I forget where I put it. Sorry, I've got shelves right here. Where did I put you? I had a cool little posing chart that I would always show people. And I forget where I put it. Oh no. Oh well. So, like, you want to pose out your characters with the core principles of posing in mind. So, no matter what pose you're doing, you want to think of the line of action, the silhouette, the rhythm of the pose. And this is where looking at or doing gesture drawings are going to be very helpful. So I think I have... Okay, this was a posing practice, or facial animation, or not animation, facial drawing practice I was doing. I'm not very good at faces. But let's see, I don't have it in here. Okay, I think this might be it. Yeah, so this was a gesture drawing day that I did, and what I did was I just did 30-second drawings. All of these are about 30 seconds. Okay, so I just started 30 seconds, and what I did was I used a website called there's a few of them. That you have quick poses, you have line of action, and I'll give you the links for these here. Boop. So that's line of action, and this is quick posing, and it's just a collection of images. So let me bring this up here. So you can do length. So I did 30 seconds. You could do a class mode, which just increases the time as you go, and you just hit get drawing once you set all of this. So let's say 30 seconds, and what this is going to be is just like 30 seconds, 30 seconds, 30 seconds, and you just draw these out. And as you're drawing them, you're not just doodling and drawing. I'm gonna say this, I don't mean this in a bad way, but drawing stupidly, drawing with your brain turned off. You don't want to do that. You want to draw with your brain turned on. You want to analyze what's going on. So for example here, I've got this paused, but let's bring this up here. So as I'm looking at this, wrong file. As I'm looking at this, I'm noticing that, well, what's the line of his shoulders? His shoulders are angled this way. You can't really see his hips, but his hips are a little bit flatter here. Okay, well, we've got the body coming through here. There's a little bit of a stretch on one side, right there, versus a squash on the other. Well, where are his shoulders sitting? His shoulders don't just come out like a stick figure on both sides. If you actually look at the muscle of the shoulder, the one shoulder is coming out in front of the body this way. So you get this. the other shoulder is coming in and it's behind the body. You can see the pec kind of coming through over top of that, like so. So what this does is it adds depth. You've got one thing in front of the other. So if I simplify this to a sphere, you've got one shoulder that comes up in front, one behind. Suddenly you've got a character that has depth versus having characters that always look like this all the time. So you're drawing with your brain turned on. You're looking at these forms and trying to understand how they work. Now this is a little bit more figure drawing, what I'm doing right here with the analysis, but I kind of mix both of them together. So you could start doing that. Another way to do gesture drawing is just focus on the gesture. That's really the main thing. So like look at the head and what's the line of action of his body here? Well, he's got this kind of curve that goes into this kind of straight here. And I'm kind of hiding the bottom corner of this thing, but I'm just kind of analyzing this pose and as quickly as I can, trying to draw this out. And it doesn't have to be perfect. I'm going to show some examples of actual gestures I've done, just to show you how imperfect it has to be. But this helps you learn how to pose because you're learning what the human body does. But you have to analyze. That's the core. You can't just doodle with your brain turned off and okay, next, okay, next, okay, next. That's not going to get you anywhere. You have to think of what you're drawing. Let's see. I'm just catching up with this and then I'll show all the things. So, curious question. How long did it take you for getting used to drawing with a tablet? 2 weeks. I find it much harder to draw with a tablet than paper and Lightbox. So, to be honest, I don't usually draw with a tablet. I'm not very good at drawing. Like stick figures and like doodles like this is my skill level. To get anything refined, I'm not very good at. But what I ended up doing was I used to work a lot with my mouse on the computer. And to get used to just using the tablet, what I did was I just hid my mouse away and I used my tablet for 2 weeks straight. Only that. And by the end, I was comfortable with it. Now, in terms of drawing, that's a little different. It's really just practice. Do as much practice as you can, and don't worry about practicing like the big heavy things. Just do quick gestures and just quick doodles. And that's going to help get you used to it. The hardest thing is going to be getting the hand-eye coordination, because when you're drawing physically, you're drawing with and looking at what you're doing. If you're using a tablet, you're looking forward while your hand is down. It's very awkward at first. It's just a matter of practice. The best thing to do is accept your art in digital and try to find ways that you animate. If you draw with one line, you might not be so good. Let's see, it won't be the first time, but eventually you will find a style good for you. Yeah, it's really just practice. Like, honestly, there's no super solution. It is practice. Now, some people, they're not a fan of the surface of a drawing tablet. Mine is super smooth. If ever you feel like that, just grab a piece of paper and tape it onto your tablet. That's going to give you the feeling of paper, at least. Let's see. Movement and Form by Samantha Youssef is a great book. Yeah, that's also very good. There should be an Amazon Prime button somewhere on the screen. If you click on that, there's some recommended books that I usually recommend to my students. There's animation books, art books, and all sorts of things in there. See, it is kind of hard, probably because one in front of me and the other is off on the side. Yeah, exactly. It might just need to do it more regularly. Thank you. I'll keep what I said in mind. Try to draw one digital drawing every day, and sometimes try to draw it without references. Yeah, it's that's really the best way, and it'll take time. Like my brother, he is a digital artist, so he started learning how to draw on the computer with a tablet, And he has the opposite problem where when he draws traditionally, that's hard for him because he's just not used to handling the material physically. Like he can hold a pen, he can draw with a pen, but it's the fact that with a pen, and I've got my drawing pens right here actually, so I need a blue one actually. But you can see, let's see if I can zoom in here. Like with a tablet, you have the pen tip, which is just the nib. It's tiny and just a little nib. With a drawing pencil, especially depending on how you draw, you can sharpen them in all sorts of ways. So you can see this actually broke in half. This was twice as long as it was before. And what this allows you to do is, I've got a little piece of paper here, is I can draw like I do on a tablet, and this is mostly for anyone who hasn't done drawing before, but I can draw and make these fine lines. Oh, this is not going to show with the lights here. So you can see these fine, just little like straight lines, just like that. But if I hold my pencil like this, I can put my pencil flat against the paper and then make much thicker lines like so. So you have that ability, and when you're used to traditional, you're used to being able to affect your pencil and adjust your pencil to get a thin line that then transitions into a thicker line. So let me see if I can do this while I'm not going to do it while I'm holding it up in the air. And once again, it would help if my pencil wasn't broken. But you can transition that. And let me actually try to use my other pencil here, the one that isn't broken. No, you can't draw it on this piece of paper. But you can transition. And it's just a matter of adjusting the way your hand goes. You can see, like, look at that. It's got a square end to it now. That's not great for drawing. And the way I sharpen these is I just use an X-Acto knife and just shave it off. I don't use a pencil sharpener. Now you can do it with a mechanical pencil too. A mechanical pencil tends to be more like how a tablet user gets used to, not having that ability to draw on the side of a surface. But regardless of your medium, it's just practice. It's like moving from pencils to charcoal or from pencils to a wash type thing, or to paint. It's just getting used to it. And what I often do when I'm drawing is I'll switch mediums digitally. So for example, this is my typical brush. It's just a kind of pencil-like brush. I like this just because it's simple and easy. If I'm doing gesture drawing, sometimes I'll switch to this kind of thicker brush that has no pressure sensitivity. It doesn't shrink or grow based on how hard I press. It's just the same intensity. And this forces me to focus just on main forms of the character and not on details. And sometimes I'll even just make it really big and focus only on the global form of the character. Sometimes I'll switch to like thick black lines like so, or something I've been doing a little bit more often is using a pixel pen, which is basically, let's zoom in here, is just pixelized lines. And this kind of is a nice happy medium between the pencil. It just kind of gives you these sharp lines that it's almost like drawing with a ballpoint pen. You have no sensitivity on the color, on the shade, or on the size. And this forces you to get your lines to do all of the work for you and not worry about, for example, when you're using a ink pen. I'm not a fan of using ink pens when you're first starting, because now you're focused on, oh wait, got to get this line thickness just right. And if you're playing with a lot of different lines, well, is one too thin, one too thick? Oh, that's too, you're starting to think about too many things, at least for me. I'm not very good at it. So I prefer to use, when I'm first starting a drawing, to use these pens that have no pressure to them, and I can just build off of that. So yeah, that's kind of my preference, and that might be helpful for you. Now, in terms of gesture drawing, going back to that, for gesture drawings, what I end up doing is, if I ever feel like I really need to kind of study some posing, you can just do gesture drawings. Once again, the length of time is up to you. I did 30 seconds here, but you'll notice that I've got some here, and I just quickly doodle it. The drawings don't have to look good, but what you're doing is you're analyzing. You're analyzing why things are posed the way they are, and trying to make connections in your brain of, oh wait, that's why the body moves like that. Oh yeah, if the arm goes forward, the shoulder does this thing. And maybe you're not great at drawing it, but you're still thinking about it. And that can be hugely helpful. Oh, I'm using Clip Studio Paint. Clip Studio Paint is my go-to drawing program. It is really good. I just really love it. I'll give you the link here. It was on sale earlier. I'm not sure if it's still on sale. If it's not on sale, I recommend just kind of waiting. They have like 50% off sales all the time. But this is a really good drawing program. If you want, and you're waiting for like the sale to happen, the other program I would recommend using, and I use this as well quite often, is Krita. Krita is a completely free program. You don't have to pay a single thing, and it is fantastic. It is really, really good. I personally prefer Krita over things like Photoshop for drawing. It's just fantastic. It's also got some animation tools in there, some 2D animation tools. Clip Studio Paint also has that. So, really, like, whatever you feel comfortable with. And for, like, I know some people love drawing in Photoshop. I can't. The way the brushes work, it just makes me feel like I'm always fighting it. Whereas Clip Studio, it makes it feel like it's more natural for me. But you can see I've just done a lot of gesture drawings, and some of them are awful, some of them are better, some of them they are just nothing. The goal with the gesture drawing is that you do want to try and get the whole pose. So make sure you're getting the hands, get the feet in there, get the whole pose in there in whatever time you want. I was not very good at trying to get the whole pose in there. You'll notice I'm missing feet at times, things like that, but I did try. 30 seconds is a little fast for me a lot of the time. But I did this for, I think it was well, I could math it out, but you'll notice I did over 100 drawings. I did 120 drawings in an hour, I think it was. And Artsy Flower, thank you so much for the follow. So in 1 hour, and as I was doing this, I was actually just listening to some podcasts as well. So I was drawing, listening to something, and just focusing on my posing and trying to understand, for example, how the hips and the rib cage kind of work, all of this stuff. And the thing with gestures is that you don't have to get a lot of detail in, but afterwards you can refine these and start to put in that detail and block things out properly once you have the main gesture in there. And the gesture is what's going to really inform how appealing a pose is, because if you have a pose that is just this, and that's your gesture drawing, no matter how detailed you put this and you draw all the anatomy and all the amazing details in there, it's never going to look good. But if you can capture the gesture, the feeling of motion, that is what a gesture pose is. It's capturing the feeling of motion, the feeling of life in as few lines as possible. Now, my drawing style is I tend to just kind of do this as I draw
for my gestures, I'm kind of just waving things around. But if you can capture that feeling, so this is like a little baby pose here, afterwards I can start to fill in those details and like add the chubby arm in there like that. Start to block out the hand a little bit more. Start adding like the rest of the anatomy in there. How the leg would kind of press up against the body in here. But I've got that core, that gesture underneath to build off of. So I'm not just making a dead mannequin, essentially. So yeah, gestures definitely super helpful, especially for animators as well. It's not just for drawing, it's for animating, because it helps you learn how poses work. And Exia, thank you so much for the follow. Let's see. Funny enough, the 30-second poses thing is something I have done in uni for life drawing. Yeah, it's a great warm-up. I try to do them as often as I can. The first one is the one I went for, which is Fire Alpaca, but go for whatever. There are sometimes similar. Yeah. Like I say, you just gotta trial and error and see what works. Yeah, so try all sorts of different programs. Especially if they're free, give them a try. And try out the free trials that other programs offer. Not everyone's gonna work well with the same programs. I know Paint Tool Sai is one that a lot of people tend to use. But hopefully that answers your question hopefully that answers the question about posing and how to get better at it. And the big thing is, it's a lot of looking through and making sure that now as you're animating, that you're applying all those principles in there. So even like a straight pose like this, I would want to make sure, like, for example, that I'm pushing those hips probably a little bit more this way, or maybe actually it'll be this way, to get that nice pinch on that side. And that's something I'm going to do a pass on later, is going through and seeing where I can improve some of these poses and really push them. So for example, here, the line of action of the body is kind of weird right now. So how can I improve that? Well, take that knee, boop. That pushes that line of action a little bit more and makes it more appealing. Because it makes this nice straight line here versus this kind of weird knee popping out in a weird direction. Now, one thing I do have to double check here is the spacing of the foot seems to be easing in just a little bit too much. Let's just pull that back a little bit more. Something like that. And Lunatic Snow White, that's an awesome username. Thank you so much for the follow. So, let's see. With feet, whenever you're animating feet, keep in mind that a lot of it is going to be animated on ones. You're going to be really pushing your posing to be as like detailed as possible with the feet. And the big reason for this is that there's a lot of detail that go into feet. All the little contacts and shifts in the body weight make for a lot of fine-tuned motions. Let's actually keep that leg nice and straight there. It's flattens out. So I'm just doing a look at the feet right now. Let's actually reduce this, and I'm actually going to, don't want to do this. Let's bring it back there. So what I want to do is flatten out the foot there and use this main control to animate the foot. This is going to make it easier for me to pose things out. Now it does mean that I'm going to have to, let's go back here, undo, make sure that on this pose here on frame 39 I actually key everything. And you'll notice that it's actually missing a key on this main control here because the foot is actually rising off the ground a little bit. So let's fix that. And thank you so much for hosting. Thank you. See, I tried to draw today, but I'm having difficulty. Sometimes I just have weird days where I can't draw something. Like that happens all the time for me. There are some days where no matter what I try, I just can't draw. And this, I think, goes for most people, most artists. Ooh, I selected a control I should not have. There will be days when you can't draw. You can't create artistically. The big thing is don't feel bad about that. That is absolutely normal. It is frustrating. It is very frustrating. But it is not a sign that you are a bad animator. For me, for many years, or a bad artist, for many years, I would put myself down so much because, well, I can't draw or I can't do this today. Man, it must mean I'm not really a real artist. No, that is just life. It's the way our brains work. There's nothing wrong with it. Now, if you do have to do some work or you really want to get some stuff done, what can be helpful, I'm just trying to get this foot in place here, is what I would mention before is try to switch up your drawing medium. So for example, if you're working on the computer here, switch your brush. I've got lots of brushes and I just switch from one to the other whenever I feel like my drawings are not working too well. I'm not getting it. Okay, well, if I'm using, let's say, this pencil, and it's like, my drawings, I'm trying to get this and something's just not looking right. It's just ugly. I can't focus. Okay, well, let's try something else. And not just changing the brush, but change the size of it. So maybe try drawing something with thicker lines and focus more on just the silhouette. So now you can focus just on the core values of the pose. Right in there. Or try something, let's see, what other brushes do I have in here? Like I've got this kind of calligraphy one here. Try something like that. Super quick. Try something, let's see, what else do I have? I've got like just a really thick black pen right there. This one is one I really like. It's just kind of got this calligraphy look to it, and it's not a matter of like, oh, you have to find the perfect brush. It's a matter of just changing things. So just see what brushes you can find in the program you have and see what that does to your drawings. So you can see each one feels just a little different. I'm trying to draw the exact same thing, but the brush itself gives it a different feeling. And basically what you're doing is that you're using the brush as a way to reset your brain so that you're not just doing the same thing that you're used or your brain is used to. So I found that very helpful for me. So you've got like, I've got something like this. Or what else? That I wouldn't do something like this. That's a little out there, but or I mentioned this earlier, but like a pixel brush is very nice as well. For me, this is a good way of resetting my brain because now I have no control over anything other than the shapes. I don't have line quality. I don't have pressure sensitivity. It's just straight pixels. Or what I'll often do is change your resolution as well. So if you're having trouble drawing like with fine detail, zoom in really close or just make a really small canvas and try to draw where you only have like a few pixels. So something like this. And this is going to force you to not worry about any details whatsoever. And focus on just the core forms, because there's no way, like, I can try to refine this line. It's 1 pixel thick. I have no choice but to leave it the way it is. And I find this is a really nice way of kind of resetting your brain a little bit. Because I have no choice but to deal with my limitations here. So yeah, I hope that helps. My favorite is personally the pixel brush, just because I love pixel art to begin with, and it's like, oh, maybe I could do some pixel work. It's just so much fun. And oddly enough, like sometimes, like you can see how sketchy this is. It's a mess, but at least for me, I feel like it looks better just because of the inherent nature of like pixel work than if I was doing the same sketchy work but like with a huge canvas and a super detailed brush. I've learned how to deal with adversities by going through a lot of them. And that's not a bad thing. And I got a lot of advice from a lot of different people. Ooh, that arm is way out there. So, I don't know what I'm drawing. One thing I would recommend is don't do what I just did here, where you're having to draw and move your canvas around. For anyone who's learning how to draw, try to fit your entire pose on one screen. So, for example, if I'm doing a character that's standing, I would want to make sure that as I'm drawing this initial pass, where's that neck going? As I'm drawing this initial pass, I want to be able to fit the entire character in here. And this is going to help me get the overall proportions correct first. So once again, if you look at the hip to the head, that line right there should be the same length to the bottom of the feet, or a little longer to the bottom of the feet for typical human proportions. So once I have the main pose in here, now I can go in and start, like, maybe zoom in a little bit. I do need, oh wait, I do have a vector eraser, perfect. So this is just going to be a nice hard eraser. So now I can kind of come in here, start refining things, and you can see with the pixel work, it just keeps things very simple. And just start refining. No, it's not right at all. Always draw with reference. It's going to help you a lot. And actually, on reference, I know this whole stream has been like tangents all over. But if you are interested in having reference open, a program I highly recommend is Pose Ref. It is fantastic for just bringing reference in and having on your screen. So right here. So it's a big empty program, but you can just drag and drop. Let's see, do I have... let's see. Do I have a good one here? So, let's see, is this any good? Oh no, can't find it. Okay, so I'll just find some images on my computer here. So, what's really cool about this is that you can drag and drop images from your computer. So let me find some here. And actually, do I have some reference images in here? Okay. So like I've got some reference images of, let's say, how to draw some hair. And I can drag and drop it in here. So I can collect all, let's say, the tutorials I have on hair, and drag and drop them in, like so, and rearrange them. So I've got that. Maybe I also want to make sure I can draw the neck correctly, so I've got that. And maybe I'm drawing feet. I don't know why. Hair to feet. Maybe I'm drawing hairy feet. Who knows? So I bring all of these in. That's really good. And you can just bring as many as you want into this. And I should mention this program is free. And let me get the link for you guys here. Pose Ref. Oh no, Pure Ref, sorry. So there you go. Here's the link. So not only can you do that, but let's say I've got another really nice site here that I like. So I'm gonna give you guys this. This is the Pinterest character design page. So it's a Facebook group, character design, and they've got this really cool Pinterest page which has just boards of all sorts of things. So if you want to learn how to do, well, let's say hair. Here's a board all about hair. And it's just a collection of tutorials and whatnot on how to draw hair. So that's really nice. Now, the cool thing is that with PureRef, you don't have to download the images to bring them in. So I've never tried it with Pinterest. Let's see. So if I find this image, I can just drag and drop it into Pinterest, or sorry, into PureRef, and there you go. So I can start to collect tutorial images that I find online and just drag them and drop them in here. And just quickly drag and drop, and make a reference sheet of exactly what I want to draw. Whether it's a character, whether it's learning how to draw feet or hands or whatever. And what's cool about this is you can frame up on all of it like so, or I can double click to just go full screen on this image, or double click again. So we've got full screen, double click, it expands, double click again, goes back, double click, okay, this is how they draw the hair, double click, back again. So it's very quick and easy. The other thing is there's a bunch of different modes. So let's see. Like I can set it so that it just overlays the selections like this. So it's just kind of overlaid over top of my screen. And I can start to work with that over top of my screen. I can set it to always be on top. So now I can even like start drawing, and I should see. I don't usually use the overlay because I have another monitor. I just put it on there. But there you go. So there you go. So I can put it like this, move these over to the side, maybe like that, and then go into Clip Studio here and start drawing. I hid my layers, so I can't go to a new layer here, but now I can go, okay, well, how do they draw the hair? Okay, they've got that, and they start, okay, you've got a wisp there, and okay, think of the form. And I'm not copying. This is not the point of this. I'm trying to understand the principles that they're applying in these things. Or, for example, the neck. Okay, the neck, it's got this tube shape here. Got to think of the base. Now you've got the traps coming off of there, and these different shapes that kind of come in from there. Okay, but I can have that open and I can study right from here and just create, like, I often when I'm doing a study, I'll just find whatever's inspirational for me. Find an image that I really like from an actor or maybe from a movie or whatever. Put that in there. Okay, I want to learn how to draw maybe this character's face, or maybe back muscles, or the arm. Okay, find a pose I like, and then drag and drop all the tips and tricks of how to draw that. So this is where that Pinterest board comes in handy. I've got so many tabs now. I forgot we were looking at Scooby-Doo earlier. We've gone so many places. So let's take that off and set it so that it's not always on top here. So with this Pinterest board, let's say I want to draw the arm. Okay, well, I find, well, there's the back right there. Hands, there's the arm right there. So let's take a look at this, and I'll look for anything that, like, oh yeah, this is interesting. Different forms and the way they apply in the body. Okay, maybe I'll drag that in. And then, okay, ooh, this is interesting. The overall shape, draw that, drag and drop that in, and I'll save it. So once you have your board in here, you can right click, save it to your computer. And now whenever you need to draw another arm, instead of having to look for random tutorials everywhere, you've made yourself a arm inspiration board that you can open up at any time and find all the information you need on how to draw an arm without having to look everywhere for it, or open a book, or do all of this stuff. So like even little things like this, it's like, oh, there's a little dip right in there from the deltoid into the elbow instead of a straight line. Ah, that's interesting. I might drag and drop that in. Little reminders like that can be hugely helpful. I'm glad that it's helpful. And like, I just look at basically things like this. Anything that gives me like, oh yeah, there's this shape. This is how the triceps are formed. Anything that'll remind me of the detail, but also how to simplify. So things like this. How do you simplify all of that detail down into an arm? And it doesn't even just have to be like these anatomical drawings, but something like, if you find a drawing you really like, well, something like this, for example, and it's like, oh man, that inspires me to draw an arm. Put that in there. Or if you're trying to draw a specific style of character, for example, let's say Steven Universe or Adventure Time or whatever cartoon, drag and drop images from the show so you have reference in there. Now this is awesome. This is from a book, Anatomy for Sculptors. I highly recommend this book. I actually have the digital copy on my computer. It's not that expensive of a book, but I like the digital copy because I can just put it on my other monitor. So, where is it? Book. Anatomy for Sculptors, right here. Oh no, I don't have it linked anymore. I moved a folder, and now my links don't work. Okay, there you go. Found it. So, I think it's in the recommended books on the Amazon Prime page here on Twitch. There should be a button like that on this side, I think. But this book is my favorite by far. Like for anatomy and learning how to, not so much how to draw, but how to understand the human body. I love this book. It's just super detailed. It goes over all of these forms. They say it's for sculptors, but it's really for anyone. Like understanding the differences between male and female body forms, understanding how to make a pose interesting, like the contrapposto and the flowing lines. It goes over so much, like all the musculature. It is fantastic. Can't recommend this book enough. If you guys have some extra cash, get this book. If you're interested in learning how to draw or just understand the human body. And yeah, so that's my typical kind of, like when I want to learn something, this is my kind of process. Is I don't just try and, I'll sit down, I need to draw faces. Doodle, 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 doodle with no reference and just doodle. Oh man, it never turns out. That's what I used to do, and I got nowhere with that. Ever since I've been starting to use this method, which was a few years ago, I've been able to improve. And to be fair, I don't draw nearly as much as I should. I draw like once every few weeks, which is not nearly enough. You need to draw like every other day. But you can use this as an inspiration. And you can see just by looking at the tutorial, that hair, as little as it is, like it's not that much, but that looks way better already than any hair that I could have just like whipped up randomly and hoped for the best. Because now I'm basing it off of something real. I'm basing it off of knowledge and not just random like motions. And just, hair, whatever. Anime hair. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, yay, I did it. Even anime hair has a reason, usually, for the way they're shaped. So study it. Find the reference of things you like, and don't copy it. Take inspiration from it, and learn from it. Because if you learn from it, when you go to draw on your own, you'll be able to apply those things instead of just copying forms or copying like, this is how I draw Dragon Ball Z hair, because that's the only thing you copied from. If you learn from it, you can apply and twist. So maybe you draw more realistic hair, but with like an anime twist to it. You can mix and match, and suddenly your repertoire expands into amazing realms of possibility. So I hope that was helpful. I can't remember the original question that brought us through all that, but hopefully it was interesting. Let's see. And Art Stuff, hey, how's it going? I saw you working on that new rig earlier. That was really awesome in the last stream that you were doing. I didn't have time to say hi. I had to go to the city right after, but it looked really awesome. I'm excited for that one. She's done. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna have to. If you have a link to her, put it up so everyone else here can get to her stuff. And actually, I think if it's on, a link, definitely. So I'm not sure if it's on Gumroad, but let's see right there. So for anyone who doesn't know, Artstoff is the one who created this amazing rig. And he's created a lot of really cool rigs. These two other Zelda and Link ones are so much fun. And he's just released this Ruby Rose rig, which looked really cool. I saw some videos of how this scythe worked on Twitter. And it looked really awesome. And they're free. I definitely recommend if you guys use these rigs. These are really good rigs. Give something back. It is worth it. even $1, $5, something. There's a lot of hard work and good work that's gone into these rigs. And like, look at that. That's so cool. They are just fantastic. Ooh, a viewer. Nice. So let's take a look at this. Let's see. It's loading. Still a little slow. Nice. Oh, nice. They added simulation on here too. I haven't looked at Sketchfab in a while. So you can see this is an awesome rig. Look at that. The hair design. Just everything about it is so cool looking. And the detail on like this scythe is so much fun. So yeah. Oh, you animated that? Okay, awesome. I was wondering, like, I saw that there was animation, but I was wondering if they added simulation as well. Aw, too bad. But the animation is really cool too. And like you can see, Artsoft added all the controls, so you can animate the skirt, animate the cape. It's really nice. Yeah, if you can afford it, pay it forward. If you're looking into this rig or any of his rigs, they are really, really good. And there we go. So yeah, definitely check it out. And you can see like he's got a bunch of rigs in here. So especially the Zelda ones here, check those out as well. So I think with that, let's see. I didn't get nearly as much animation done on this stream as I had hoped, but it's been fun. At least we're in splines now, so that's good. Okay. I'm just kind of trying to take a look at anything that's kind of standing out here. I think the main thing that's kind of standing out, and one last thing that I want to fix, is how the hand that's coming forward disappears right here. And then for 1, 2, 3 frames, it disappears. It's right back here. So I want to make sure that that does not happen. We should be able to track where that arm goes a little bit. So let's kind of bring it up there, and then maybe just a little bit there. And then cheat it back here a little bit. Or, maybe back here. The problem with bringing it out the way I did is it's gonna screw up my my spacing on the arm here. So if I maybe bring it down just a little bit here. And down there. Yeah, that's better. So now it's not hidden perfectly behind the leg. Still needs a little bit of work, but that's going to work a little bit better. The staff needs to be reworked there. I think on this frame the arm could come forward just a little bit. That way it has somewhere to go right in the next frame. Oh, and I just noticed that I'm getting some pops in the arm here, which is some gimbal rotations, I think. Let's bring that up just a little bit more. There we go. Just getting us into the right spot. Not quite perfect, but getting there. Oh, and I just noticed there's a wiggle in the leg. Right there. You can see if you watch the toes how they come down right there and then go back up after. Right here. And that should be simplified. So this maybe comes down this way. And Zia, thank you so much for the follow. Go down. Keep going down. Let's see how that feels. Still got a pause in there. Now, the problem with this is, and actually, Artstoff, just something to, just a note that I noticed on this scene, and this is because my scene is very weird. Right now, the legs are in character space, which in general works very well for this, but it would be cool to have, like, with the arms, where you have, you can switch between the follow line modes, so whether the arm follows the body or follows the their own direction, like this. It would be cool to have that feature in the legs as well, just for any motion like this. It's I know that's kind of a very nitpicky note, but it's just this one scene pretty much where it'll come in handy. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, there we go. So that's the slowdown right there. You can see how it slows down and kicks out right there. So let's actually look at my curves, see if that's causing the issue in here. Now, the big thing is it could be in the body as well. Or it might actually be this one right here. No, I think it's actually in the body. Let's see, I'm away this weekend, but I can tackle it when I get back. Oh, there's no rush on that. It's more just for like future rigs. This is definitely not something that needs to be done right away. But that's awesome that you would even like consider doing that. That is so cool. See, this is why Christoph deserves the cash, the Mad Muns, because he is awesome. You give him a suggestion and he actually listens and does it, and it's just like, whoa, that's so cool. Okay, I'm just gonna try and simplify this right in here. And now let's go back up to the leg here. Oh, and I like the delay in the air. Oh, thank you. That was one of the moments that I really wanted to try and get in here, was that delay. That feeling of hang time. That's a little better. I think the problem is that the foot is, it feels like it suddenly hits something that as the body keeps rotating and the foot slows down too much. I think we would either have to slow down earlier or not too much. So it can slow down, but not nearly as much as it is right there. Let's see how that feels. A little better. Yeah, that's a little better. Still needs some refinement, but I'm not going to worry too much about it. Mostly because I have to tweak the hips anyway, and anything I do on the hips is going to change what that leg is doing. Okay. So I think for the most part, like this beginning part is pretty much, at least for like this early pass, is pretty close to like, I'm good here. Really what I want to do is I want to tie down the shot so that the main structure of it is in place. Then my next pass is going to be doing a staff pass, where I really get this staff kind of locked in here. And actually I just noticed there's a kind of a hitch right in the body right here. Actually, does it feel bad? Yeah. It's hard to see. I think I'm okay with it for now. I think I just need to offset things on this frame. So the problem that's happening is that her whole body lurches forward. I think I can just pull back her body a little bit more here so that the head starts to lead that action. Yeah, that's better. Now it feels like her head is the thing that's kind of leading her forward versus just her whole body going down. Yeah, so staff pass. I need to do a facial pass, hand pass, a bunch of stuff. And if we go to the next part, so we've got from frame 30. The next thing would be probably up until she catches it right here, because then I go into a whole IK section. So if we look at this, suddenly like the foot cuts to the ground, it bounces back, this foot floats up off the ground here. The arm cuts through the leg. So this is where, again, we would just tie down our core elements, make sure these elements are working, and then from there we can refine and improve without looking at all the broken stuff. So there we go. So I hope this stream was helpful. I know we went on all sorts of random tangents and topics today, but hopefully it was still interesting and you guys got something out of it. Oh, my pleasure. As long as people get something out of it, then that's the whole that makes it worth it for me. So I think with that, let's actually go full screen. With that, thank you so much everyone for hanging out and for listening for so long. I really appreciate you all jumping in here and asking so many questions. That was really awesome. As usual, if you do have questions or demo requests for future streams, feel free to message me. You can do so in the Discord down below, or if you're in AM, just message me directly. And yeah, hope you all have a great, I have to remember what day it is. It's Friday. I hope you have a great weekend. I lost total track of the days lately. Hope you have a great weekend. Best of luck in the upcoming week. Oh, my pleasure, Arsaf. I love that link. So if it helps anyone else, definitely like I'm so, when I found that, it was like, oh, heaven, where has this been all my life? It was so cool. But yeah, hope you have a great holiday break. For those of you in AM, you're done. The term is finally officially finished today, so take a break, enjoy, and hopefully I'll see you all in either a future stream or next term. So until then, take care, and I'll see you around. Bye.